Chapter 454. When Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster arrived at the top of the altar, they stretched out their hands towards the 12 spheres propped up by the tentacles without any hesitation. Naturally, Statholm the old monster first grabbed the sphere sparkling with the light of fighting aura. Han Shuo had long since set his sights on the sphere emitting the pure element of death. His body also happened to land in that area. As he stretched out his hand, the 1-meter-long fingernails of the demonic blades mysteriously shrank and disappeared. Just as Han Shuo's hand was about to land on the sphere, a sudden change occurred. The 12 tentacles that had been motionless all this time suddenly began to wriggle wildly. Han Shuo's outstretched hand actually missed. Statholm cried out in surprise. His body suddenly spun at high speed, staring straight at the fighting aura sphere. His 2 hands turned into phantoms as he stared fixedly at the sphere. The 12 tendon-like tentacles wriggled like monsters. Thick green mist suddenly emerged from the center of the altar and spread to all corners of the island in a flash. Han Shuo shuddered. He suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. At the same time, the green skin of the 4 pent-horned aliens that had been frozen by Tiana's frigid aura made popping noises under the green mist. Their stiff bodies began to tremble with creaking noises. Their sluggish movements became faster and faster. The green eyes of the 2 alien leaders on the altar shone with cold light as they respectively stared at Han Shuo and Statholm. "Quick, they've broken the seal." Tiana's voice was extremely anxious as she suddenly shouted from afar. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. His demonic yuan immediately circulated at the fastest speed he had ever circulated in his life. Just as the alien with the python tail on the altar was charging over, Han Shuo suddenly let out a loud cry. The 12 mystical demons that had been lurking in the surroundings, in a state of nothingness, suddenly solidified. Each and every one of them let out ferocious and terrifying shrieks as they lunged at the 12 spheres. Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to the alien who was shooting towards him at high speed. He raised his speed to the maximum and stared at the orb that was overflowing with pure death element. Vaguely, Han Shuo had a bad feeling. Although he was confident in the speed of the 12 mystical demons, the altar that was giving off a strange smell and the green mist that was suddenly spewing out made Han Shuo's heart palpitate. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on the 12 mystical demons. His main body also acted without hesitation. Buzz! All of a sudden, an extremely frightening howl came from the mouth at the center of the altar, which was filled with viscous liquid. A chill that made people's hair stand on end instantly spread across the entire area. This sharp sword-like howl carried an indestructible soul attack. Compared to the soul attack of the 5-horned alien leader, this one was more than 10 times more powerful. Han Shuo's consciousness was struck before it could completely disperse. The piercing pain exceeded any pain that Han Shuo had experienced over the years. The unbearable pain in his consciousness caused Han Shuo to immediately feel dizzy. In an instant, Han Shuo's mind was filled with illusions and his limbs were cold and powerless. With his consciousness severely injured, Han Shuo's body involuntarily plummeted from the sky. All of a sudden, Han Shuo, whose mind was filled with illusions, suddenly felt 12 kinds of light stabbing pain in his consciousness at the same time. Of course, compared to the stabbing pain from the previous howl, this kind of pain was practically negligible. However, it was precisely because of these 12 stabbing pains in his consciousness that Han Shuo, who had been dazed and hallucinated by the howl aimed at him, suddenly woke up. His body no longer helplessly plummeted. In the next moment, Han Shuo understood that the 12 mystical demons he had painstakingly refined had all been annihilated. Even Han Shuo's consciousness would suffer heavy damage from the frightening howl mixed with the power of the soul attack. Naturally, the 12 mystical demons refined from his blood essence would not be able to escape this calamity. Having regained consciousness, Han Shuo hastily stopped his body. Suddenly, Han Shuo discovered that there were 3 spheres emitting different kinds of energy beside him. An origin crystal of the pure element of death, an origin crystal of the pure element of darkness, and a sphere brimming with the energy of destruction. Perhaps it was because the 3 spheres were treasures that only evil experts would willingly possess. They had been staying together all this time. When that dreadful howl sounded, the 12 muscles that were madly twisting stopped moving. Although Han Shuo's consciousness had suffered a heavy blow and was on the verge of collapsing, he still managed to arrive in front of the 3 spheres by sheer willpower. Of course, the 12 mystical demons also played a part in this. If the death of the 12 mystical demons had not reflected the pain to him, the host, he most likely would have involuntarily fallen into the disgusting mouth at the center of the altar. Without any hesitation, Han Shuo forcefully endured the discomfort in his head, and took out the Demon Slayer edge that was still in hibernation. He used the sharpness of the Demon Slayer edge to cut off the 3 flesh tendons. The space ring flashed and the flesh tendons holding the 3 spheres all fell into the ring. Only after the 3 spheres were successfully collected did Han Shuo feel a little better from the pain of losing 12 mystical demons. With a quick glance, Han Shuo saw an origin crystal of fire 10 meters away from him. Just as he was about to make a move to collect it, he suddenly heard the old monster Stathome yell, "Run!" This loud yell from the old monster Stathome was specifically directed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately turned his head to look at the old monster Stathome. He suddenly discovered that the old monster's silver-gray robe was already covered in fresh blood. The color of the blood was dark red. Blood flowed continuously from his 7 orifices. It seemed that the fresh blood on the new robe obviously came from the old monster himself. Stathome's devilishly handsome demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His sorry state caused Han Shuo to feel somewhat apprehensive. He didn't even bother to clean up the fresh blood on his body. He only stared at the disgusting mouth that had been continuously throwing magical beast cores and hearts into it. Following Stathome's line of sight, Han Shuo couldn't help but look down. He saw a large green head covered in sticky pus slowly squeezing out of the disgusting mouth. Han Shuo could tell that this was the head of another green-skinned alien. This head was even larger than the 4 alien leaders. Most importantly, there were 6 sharp horns on his head. Aliens with only 5 horns already possessed terrifying strength comparable to demigods. Han Shuo didn't dare to imagine just how frightening the strength of this alien with 6 horns on his head would be. Even with Han Shuo's consciousness, he couldn't even sense the existence of this alien who had emerged. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of demonic arts, he was certain that this alien's strength far exceeded anyone in this area. No wonder the old monster Stathome was so afraid to leave. This alien that was about to emerge most likely had the strength of a true god. "Go!" This loud yell came from Tiana. When Tiana's voice rang out, Han Shuo had already sensed that she was about to take action. Her aura was getting farther and farther away from this area. "Go!" The old monster yelled again. He turned a blind eye to the remaining origin crystals around him and flew away at a speed even faster than he had rushed over. Even with his heavily injured body, he was still able to display a speed even faster than when he had come. This was enough to show that he had overdrawn his strength to escape. My origin crystal of thunder!" Reynolds' anguished and unwilling cry came from afar. He was jumping madly in the void. But Stathome the old monster did not stop even for a moment because of him. Stathome the old monster came to help him collect the origin crystal of thunder that was not far from him. At this point Han Shuo didn't hesitate at all. When the old monster Stathome made his move, Han Shuo also gathered all the strength in his body to escape. Finally, he turned his head to look regretfully at the remaining spheres. There were a total of 12 spheres. Han Shuo had obtained 3. While the other 2 spheres brimming with fighting aura and pure water element had disappeared. They should have been successfully collected by the old monster Stathome. The remaining 7 spheres, including the origin crystal of thunder, remained motionless. However, neither the old monster Stathome nor Han Shuo dared to stay and collect them. The 4 5-horned aliens were gathered at the place where the terrifying 6-horned alien had torn open the giant mouth. Strangely, they didn't chase after Han Shuo and Stathome. Instead, they joined forces to tear open the giant mouth and help the most terrifying 6-horned alien break free. My origin crystal! Thunder Sacred Magus Reynold of the Brute Merchant Alliance stared fixedly at the origin crystal of thunder in the distance, jumping up and yelling loudly. "If you don't go, you'll die here." The old monster Stathome vomited blood and came to Reynolds' side. After saying these words, he fled in a panic, as if he didn't look at Reynolds again. "My origin crystal!" Reynolds suddenly stopped jumping up and down. However, he seemed to have turned silly as he stared blankly at the origin crystal emitting pure energy in the distance. muttering to himself. Han Shuo crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and arrived beside Reynold like lightning. Looking at the dumbfounded Reynold, Han Shuo didn't say a word and quickly followed behind Statholm. Reynold was the Thunder Sacred Magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Han Shuo had the least favorable impression of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Reynold, who had always liked to meddle in the affairs of the Brute Merchant Alliance, might have even secretly attacked Brettel City before. In the future, he would definitely be Han Shuo's enemy. Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Chapter 455. Very soon, Han Shuo caught up from behind and caught up with Statholm the Old Monster and the Water Divine Magus Tiana. Just as the three of them reached the area where the defense had been penetrated, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire space. A heavy, suffocating pressure immediately appeared. Han Shuo and the other two exchanged horrified looks. Suddenly, Statholm the Old Monster yelled, "Oh no, he's coming out!" Han Shuo and Tiana both understood who the Old Monster was talking about. Tiana's graceful and calm expression changed. She hastily extended her hand and pressed it against the space protected by the strange power. An icicle sparkling with cold light suddenly condensed in the palm of her hand. The dense water element within it was extremely frightening. She casually pierced it into the space of the defense. Creak! The icicle condensed by the Water Divine Magus felt as if it had stabbed into the hardest iron and stone in the world. The icicle rapidly shattered from head to tail. The hearts of the three suddenly sank. Old Monster Statholm the Old Monster hastily asked, "Big Sister Tiana, what's wrong? The power has increased. I can't break through this defense." Tiana's voice carried a hint of panic. Her charming face turned somewhat ugly. Old Monster Statholm's eyebrows shot up violently. He had been holding the longsword in his hand and had never put away his space ring. His colorless and formless fighting aura suddenly burst forth with an invincible aura. A dazzling white light flashed. Clang! Statholm's attack, which he had gathered the rest of his strength to bombard the defensive space, also felt as if he had bombarded an unshakable iron and stone. Old Monster Statholm's right arm trembled slightly as he retracted it. His face was aghast as he shouted in a panicked voice, "I can't break through it either." One of them used a magical attack while the other used a physical attack. Both were to no avail. "That guy has come out. He's strengthened his defense. I'm afraid we can't break through this defense," Han Shuo said in a low voice as he looked at the two panicking demigod experts. He understood that the six-horned alien must have exerted his strength. Buzz! A strange whistling sound rang out from afar. It was different from the soul attack that was used against Han Shuo. This whistling sound had a strange effect, as though it could tear the sky apart. Ripples appeared in the sky, and colorful cracks appeared in the void. Statholm the Old Monster and Tiana looked at each other and gasped at the same time. They stared at the colorful cracks in the void, their faces ugly to the extreme. Statholm, who had just taken out a scroll, looked at Tiana, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. He said, "The space undulations are too violent. There's no way to release space magic scrolls. This bastard has cut off all our hopes of escaping." At this point, even Tiana was at her wits' end. She shook her head and sighed, saying, "It looks like we're going to die here. Statholm, I'm the one who got you into trouble this time. Who would have thought that an even more terrifying guy would show up?" Given the strength of the two demigods, they had no way to break through the defense shrouding the area with their own strength. They could only use the space magic scrolls, which were the best at preserving their lives, to tear through space and escape. However, the appearance of the sharp whistling sound caused the space to crack. Space magic scrolls were completely useless in the chaotic space. To them, there was indeed no hope of escaping. "I'll do it." Han Shuo, who had been quiet all along but had maintained his calm, suddenly said. The reason why Han Shuo had maintained a calm expression and mood from beginning to end was that Han Shuo still had a trump card. The two demigod experts' gazes instantly landed on Han Shuo. "You're welcome. We're companions, it's what I should do." Han Shuo immediately replied in the darkness, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. The reason why Han Shuo had brought the other two into the tunnel was because he couldn't be sure whether they would encounter even more terrifying dangers later on. Vaguely, Han Shuo could feel that it wouldn't be so easy to escape this time. With these two seasoned fellows by his side, the three of them might have a higher chance of escaping. That was why he selflessly brought them along. This time Han Shuo and the other two had all obtained what they needed. Their strengths weren't too far apart, so they had a higher chance of escaping if they gathered together. As for Reynold, his strength was a whole lot lower than the other three. He was no longer of any use at this time, so it was only natural that he would be abandoned. Big Sister Tiana, here's your origin crystal of water. Statholm took out a ruby. As soon as the ruby was taken out, a faint, gentle red light appeared in the darkness. Statholm used the red light to pass the orb to Tiana. Turning his head to look behind him, Han Shuo saw an irrepressible excitement on Tiana's face. Her hand trembled as she held the orb. Her eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Origin crystal. I have an origin crystal." It would take some time to absorb the origin crystal. Although the three of them had all obtained what they needed during their escape, none of them had fused their souls with the origin crystal. Tiana had lived for who knew how many years. When the origin crystal fell into her space ring, the long years quickly calmed her excited emotions. She took a deep breath and looked at Han Shuo, who was leading the way. She asked, "How much longer until we can get out?" "Very soon. But I'm sure you can feel it too. Even in the depths of this earth you can still feel that heavy pressure. I don't think we're truly safe yet," Han Shuo replied. Just 2 minutes after Han Shuo said those words, Earth Elite Zombie had already broken through the earth. A glaring light emerged from a hole in front of them. Shortly after, the three leapt out of the tunnel. Han Shuo looked around. Before he could clearly see where he was, his consciousness suddenly felt as though it was being locked on. It was an extremely bad feeling. Han Shuo immediately cried out in alarm. He knows where we are. Although Statholm the old monster and Tiana didn't have as sensitive a perception as Han Shuo's consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been enveloping them all along had yet to disappear. This made them immediately realize that what Han Shuo said was true. "Follow me, we'll talk as we go," Tiana hastily called out. The water vapor around her began to turn hazy again as she flew into the distance. Han Shuo and Statholm followed closely behind. That six-horned tribal king of the soul race has locked onto our souls. As long as we are on Profound Continent, he will be able to find us. Their race is born with an extraordinary understanding of the soul. I'm sure you've experienced it yourself. There's no way we can break free from his soul lock," Tiana said to Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster as they ran. "Soul race? What race is that? How come I've never heard of it?" Han Shuo furrowed his brows. He maintained the same speed as the other two and hastily asked. "It's not a race from Profound Continent. However, they once appeared on Profound Continent a few thousand years ago. Then they mysteriously vanished and have never appeared again. As for why they would appear in Tarag Canyon this time, I have no idea either. I learned some things about this race by accident from an ancient scroll. I have no way of knowing the specific secrets from thousands of years ago. It was from their appearance that I guessed they were soul race," Tiana explained to Han Shuo. As Tiana spoke, her bright eyes flickered for a moment. Han Shuo had a feeling that Tiana should know more about the soul race than this. However, since Tiana didn't say it explicitly, Han Shuo didn't press further. "Big Sister Tiana, could it be that this six-horned tribal king of the soul race has recognized our souls? Is there really nothing we can do but wait for him to find us and kill us?" Statholm the old monster was most concerned about his own safety, and immediately asked about the main point. "That's not it either. We now have the origin crystal in our hands. As long as we fuse it with our souls and form a soul of element, even this six-horned tribal king of the soul race won't be able to sense the location of our souls. Once the soul of element is formed, we will fuse with the omnipresent elements between heaven and earth. Naturally, he won't be able to find us," Tiana explained. However, to fuse the origin crystal into the soul, the time required is not something that can be done overnight. During this time he can absolutely locate us according to the location of our souls and kill us one by one. What should we do?" Statholm forced a smile. He had the regret of obtaining a treasure but not being able to enjoy it. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He recalled that he could use the skeletal staff to descend his consciousness into the netherworld. Separated by an infinite distance of material planes, no matter how remarkable this six-horned tribal king of the soul race was, he most likely wouldn't be able to sense the location of his consciousness. In this way, Han Shuo could completely fuse the origin crystal in the netherworld first, and avoid the pursuit of this terrifying existence. This was the safest method. Besides, Han Shuo's consciousness was different from Tiana Stathome's soul. When one's demonic arts reached a certain realm, the soul would evolve into an incomparably marvelous consciousness. Han Shuo believed that as long as he was given a bit of time, his consciousness would absolutely be able to find a way to break away from the six-horned soul race's detection. Han Shuo felt relieved when he thought of this. However, Han Shuo was still very curious about this soul race. He was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed here to continue listening to the conversation between Tiana and Stathome the old monster. We still have another way. Tiana had a strange look on her face as she glanced at Stathome the old monster mid-flight. What is it? The old monster asked hastily, his expression shaken. By utilizing the convenience of the transportation matrices of various nations, we can be a bit faster than them. If we can bring them to a place where they have the strength to contend with them, and have them fight against those terrifying existences on Profound Continent, perhaps we will have a chance to escape with our lives. Tiana said to Stathome after hesitating for a moment. The old monster's eyes abruptly lit up. He immediately understood Tiana's meaning and said, the existences on Profound Continent that can contend against that six-horned soul race can be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them don't have a fixed residence. The only ones with a fixed location are the headquarters of the Church of Light and the Calamity Church. Han Shuo, who was about to leave, was startled at first. But soon after, he decisively said, the Church of Light it is then. Tiana and Stathome the old monster both had strange expressions on their faces. The two exchanged glances and remained silent for a while. In the end, they silently nodded their heads, agreeing to Han Shuo's proposal. The Church of Light, which had always exterminated heretics to the last man, had such an obviously evil race appear in their headquarters. Han Shuo believed that something interesting would happen. Chapter 456. After coming to a decision, the three shared the same goal and began their grand escape plan. Having lost his 12 mystical demons, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense all kinds of life energy within a certain range. However, he couldn't probe every nook and cranny as clearly as the mystical demons could. Fortunately, Tiana and the old monster were more familiar with this place. Han Shuo only needed to follow behind them. Along the way, Tiana and the old monster Stathome did not engage in any meaningful conversation. Han Shuo was also unable to obtain too much useful information. Since the two were unwilling to speak, Han Shuo naturally couldn't force them. However, he secretly had a plan in mind. The entire Profound Continent was vast, with numerous countries, mountains, and seas. Apart from humans, all kinds of races could be found everywhere. No one knew exactly how many strange and extraordinary people there were on this continent. However, from the previous conversation between Tiana and Stathome, Han Shuo was almost certain that even Tiana and Stathome, who possessed demigod strength, weren't the strongest existences on the Profound Continent. However, from what they said, Han Shuo also learned that there were only a few existences on the entire Profound Continent who were more frightening than them. Thinking about it, Han Shuo had never even heard of some demigod existences. Naturally, Han Shuo had no way of knowing more frightening existences. As the two most powerful religious organizations on the continent, the Church of Light and the Calamity Church were able to spread their influence to every region of the continent. This was enough to show how powerful they were on the Profound Continent. For these two religious organizations to be able to stand tall on the Profound Continent for 1,000 years without falling, it was likely that no one would believe that they didn't have any experts. It was reasonable for existences more powerful than Tiana and Stathome to be at the headquarters of these two churches. Elder Sister Tiana, no matter how I think about it, I still feel that it's a little inappropriate. When we arrive at the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, we will certainly bring immeasurable losses to the Church of Light. After that, the Church of Light will certainly not let us off. What should we do? When they arrived at a brute merchant alliance city called Tujba, the three slowed down and landed. Old Monster Statholm asked Tiana, "There's nothing we can do. The Church of Light is quite close to here. Besides, the Church of Light has always been benevolent. I think they'll forgive us." She thought for a moment, then added, "Don't worry too much. The protector at the Church of Light's headquarters basically won't leave the headquarters. As long as we leave early after this, there shouldn't be any problems." "I'm relieved to hear that." Statholm the old monster nodded as if he had understood something. It was unknown if he was relieved that the benevolent Church of Light would not attack them, or that the protector of the Church of Light would not be able to leave the headquarters. Tujba City was not far from Tariq City. It was also a large city belonging to the Brute Merchant Alliance. The three of them quickly arrived at the teleportation array in Tujba City. Han Shuo frowned and said, "What do we do? Restrain the guards and force us to use the teleportation array?" The teleportation arrays of every country were not accessible to ordinary people. Only special people with clear identities could use these teleportation arrays that ordinary people could not use even if they had the money. "No need." Statholm the old monster smiled calmly. At some point in time, a sign appeared in his hand. He swaggered over to the person in charge of the magical transportation matrix, flashed the sign at them and said, "We're going to Thea City." The person in charge of the Brute Merchant Alliance did not say a word. He respectfully opened the teleportation array and let the three of them enter. A white light flashed, and the three of them appeared in Thea City of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Statholm the old monster, who had lived for God knows how many years, had seen the rise and fall of every country. It was not surprising that he had some trump cards that allowed him to move unhindered across every country. After arriving at Thea City, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying towards Odin Empire. Thea City of the Brute Merchant Alliance was the city closest to Odin Empire. The teleportation arrays of any two countries would not connect. The three of them had no choice but to continue flying. Fortunately, the three of them had temporarily shaken off the six-horned tribal king of the soul race by using the teleportation array. They were no longer as nervous and anxious as before. The three of them possessed demigod strength and could fly extremely fast. In less than half a day, they had entered the most powerful empire on Profound Continent, Odin Empire. After arriving at Odin Empire, Statholm the old monster took out another token that represented a different identity, and continued to use the teleportation array in Odin Empire without any hindrance. After 3 consecutive long-distance teleportations, the three of them finally appeared in the city closest to the headquarters of the Church of Light. This was a city named Sandro City in Odin Empire. After the three of them walked out from the teleportation array, they could see many temple knights and light priests of the Church of Light walking past them from time to time. The Church of Light had enormous influence in Odin Empire. This city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light was jointly managed by the believers of both Odin Empire and the Church of Light. At a glance, Han Shuo discovered that the buildings here gave off a strong religious atmosphere. Churches of the Church of Light could be seen everywhere. The vast majority of the residents living in Sandro City were devout believers of the Church of Light. Many believers of the Church of Light on Profound Continent would travel thousands of miles to live in this city. They believed that this city was closest to the God of Light, and could allow them to listen to the teachings of the God of Light at a closer distance. "Alright, that fellow will need at least a day to catch up to us. We can make use of this time to rest for a while. I have just sustained some serious injuries. Fortunately, we left in time, or else I would have been stuck there forever." Statholm said to Han Shuo and Han Shuo after walking out from the teleportation array. "Alright, let's find a place to rest first." Han Shuo immediately agreed. His consciousness had similarly sustained heavy injuries. In a day's time, that terrifying soul race tribesman would most likely be able to catch up to them. On top of that, this place was the headquarters of the Church of Light. Once Han Shuo's identity was exposed, the Church of Light would definitely not let him off. The more strength he could recover, the better his chances of escaping would be. The trio did not say anything further. Han Shuo concealed the aura on his body. Soon after, the trio found a remote inn and asked for 3 rooms that were right next to each other. The 6-horned tribal king of the soul race had memorized their souls. At present, the three were in the same boat and had a common enemy. However, Han Shuo was still very cautious. As soon as he entered his room, he deployed a demonic formation. As long as there was the slightest disturbance in the surroundings, Han Shuo would be able to react immediately. After everything was in place, Han Shuo sat cross-legged and began to activate the blood essence in his demonic infant to repair his severely damaged consciousness. The six-horned tribal king let out a shrill howl. Han Shuo's consciousness was in agony as though it was being scraped by thousands of sharp knives. Had it not been for Han Shuo's timely reaction to immediately divide his consciousness into thousands of strands and conceal it, it was very likely that his consciousness would have been directly destroyed. However, as long as his consciousness was not destroyed, he could use the blood essence in his demonic infant to activate the demonic yuan and reassemble his disintegrated consciousness. On the way to Sandro City, Han Shuo had already begun to do so. Now that he had calmed his mind and focused all his attention on activating his blood essence, the speed at which his consciousness recovered immediately increased. The soul consisted of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls were the heaven soul, earth soul and life soul, while the 7 spirits were the heaven soul, earth soul and life soul. The first spirit was the heaven soul, the second spirit was the wisdom soul, the third spirit was the chi soul, the fourth spirit was the strength soul, the fifth spirit was the core, the sixth spirit was the essence, and the seventh spirit was the heroism. Among them, the 7 spirits were hidden within the body. As long as the 3 souls were not destroyed, the 7 spirits could be reassembled. The soul commonly referred to the 3 souls: heaven, earth, and life. Among the 3 souls, the life soul was the most important. As long as the life soul did not disperse, the soul would not disappear between heaven and earth. Han Shuo's demonic arts allowed the 3 souls, heaven, earth, and life, to fuse into one and form his consciousness. Not only did his consciousness possess marvelous abilities, but it could also be divided into thousands of strands and hidden within the 7 spirits. When the 6-horned tribal king launched a soul attack, Han Shuo's consciousness instantly separated and hid within the 7 spirits, thus escaping the calamity. An ordinary person's 3 souls needed to be attached to the 7 spirits to survive. In other words, once the physical body was destroyed, the 3 souls would cease to exist between heaven and earth. However, Han Shuo's consciousness did not have this limitation. Even if his physical body was pulverized and his 7 spirits were completely destroyed, his consciousness could still wander out and choose a new body to be reborn in. However, if he wanted to regain his original strength, he would have to spend another 100 years to refine his physical body. However, although the consciousness could not be destroyed even if the physical body was destroyed, it would still require the energy of the 7 spirits to recover once it was injured. Fortunately, the energy of the 7 spirits was hidden within the 7 chakras of the body, and demonic cultivators had top-notch control over their bodies. Using his blood essence to activate the demonic yuan, Han Shuo's consciousness unceasingly activated the energy of the 7 spirits within the 7 chakras. Strands of the energy of the 7 spirits fused into his consciousness, recovering his injured consciousness little by little. Under Han Shuo's all-out effort, the recovery process of his consciousness did not take up too much time. After the demonic infant consumed a dozen or so drops of blood essence, the energy of the 7 spirits was absorbed by his consciousness. With the replenishment of energy, the heavily injured Han Shuo's consciousness had completely recovered. When a demonic cultivator's consciousness was injured, as long as the physical body and demonic infant were not destroyed, it would not be difficult for them to recover. However, if the physical body and demonic infant were completely destroyed, the consciousness would have to choose a new physical body and spend several decades or even several hundred years to cultivate the new body into a demonic infant. Only then would the damaged consciousness be able to recover. As soon as his consciousness was restored, Han Shuo immediately woke up from his meditative state. His enormous consciousness abruptly spread out to spy on the situation in Sandro City. Chapter 457. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, Sandro City could be sensed by Han Shuo as long as the creature's strength was not higher than Han Shuo's. This was indeed the city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, there were believers of the Church of Light everywhere who carried divine energy. The entire Sandro city was filled with churches and numerous magical towers. A solemn and sacred energy filled every corner of the city. Wherever his consciousness passed, Han Shuo could sense experts appearing one after another. Han Shuo sensed the existence of a light sacred magus in Sandro city. Apart from this light sacred magus, all kinds of believers of the Church of Light could be found in every corner of the city. Among them, experts with profound strength could be found everywhere. As Han Shuo was slowly expanding his perception, he suddenly sensed a ripple-like divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light not far away from Sandro city. This divine energy that made one want to kneel and worship it made one feel calm and willing to submit to it. Under the influence of this divine energy, even Han Shuo, who was brimming with killing intent, felt as though he had laid down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Indistinctly, a kind of energy that penetrated deep into one's soul also followed. This energy that penetrated deep into one's soul carried some kind of intense bewitching power, making one feel as though they would forever kneel on the ground. Humph! Han Shuo let out a light snort. Shortly after, he withdrew his consciousness that was spying on Sandro city, concealing the aura on his body. The divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light might have the effect of enhancing the divine energy of some devout believers of light. However, to ordinary people, this divine energy carried an intense bewitching power, inducing them to throw themselves into the embrace of the Church of Light and treat the God of Light as their religion. As a heretic that the Church of Light was trying its best to eradicate, Han Shuo clearly understood what the bewitching power of this divine energy meant to the ordinary people. The Church of Light's actions were obviously not as open and aboveboard as they flaunted. After withdrawing their consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been shrouding their bodies all along did not disappear. Starting from Tarag Canyon, the trio had traversed many cities along the way. However, the soul lock from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race never disappeared. By now, this suffocating pressure was growing stronger and stronger. Han Shuo could sense the soul race approaching rapidly. Ding! A crisp sound entered his ears. This was the warning sound of the demonic array. Only Han Shuo could hear it. Brian! The low voice came from the old monster Stathome. From the sound of the old monster's voice, his body should have recovered a little. He's here. Han Shuo answered and promptly removed the demonic formations around him. He opened the door and saw Stathome and Tiana standing outside. He's coming. There was an unconcealable worry on the old monster's face. Even though he was prepared, the old monster was still worried that the future would not be optimistic when facing this terrifying six-horned tribal king. We need to get to the vicinity of the Church of Light's sacred mountain at once. When he's about to arrive, we will immediately break into the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, and let the six-horned tribal king appear on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Only when the two of them are mutually wounded will we have a chance. Tiana was still as graceful and elegant as ever. It was just that her expression was grave, indicating that she was just like the old monster Stathome, full of worries. Very well, let's go, Han Shuo answered without hesitation. The old monster Stathome and Tiana said no more. With Tiana leading the way, the trio quietly left Sandro city. The sacred mountain of the Church of Light pierced the clouds. When the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain, they raised their heads and gazed at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light that seemed to have pierced through the blue dome of heaven. A feeling of tranquility and peace spontaneously welled up in their hearts. This sacred mountain is 9,763 meters tall. On top of the sacred mountain lies the City of Light, which is protected by the most powerful experts of the Church of Light. We can first lurk halfway up the sacred mountain. When that six-horned tribal king is about to arrive, we will immediately rush to the peak of the sacred mountain. Tiana seemed to be very familiar with the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, she looked up at the sacred mountain and explained to Han Shuo and Stathome. Han Shuo and the old monster nodded at the same time. Tiana said no more. Seeing that the two understood, she led them and flew halfway up the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Follow me. Let's find a place where we can hide first. There are many experts of the Church of Light on the sacred mountain. There are two people who have the same strength as us. A light divine magus and a divine knight. In addition, there's that ancient saintess who has lived for who knows how long. Only if our whereabouts are exposed, perhaps we will be finished off by the Church of Light before the six-horned tribal king arrives. Tiana explained to Han Shuo and the old monster as they flew toward the sacred mountain. All three of them were extremely powerful demigod existences. Even though the sacred mountain was more than 9,000 meters in height, the trio was able to reach halfway up the mountain in an extremely short amount of time. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light, Han Shuo withdrew his consciousness and merely used his eyes to size up everything around him. As far as his eyes could see, Han Shuo discovered that starting from the foot of the mountain, the sacred mountain was filled with the buildings of the Church of Light. Many of the Church of Light's followers lived on this majestic mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, Han Shuo saw many buildings. Tens of thousands of the Church of Light's followers lived on this sacred mountain. This way, Tiana shouted softly and led the two towards a precipitous cliff that jutted out halfway up the sacred mountain. This cliff jutted out from the mountainside, and behind it was a pitch-black cave. After Tiana landed on the cliff with Han Shuo and the old monster, they walked straight towards the pitch-black cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Han Shuo discovered that this pitch-black cave was not as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. On the contrary, there were a few magical lamps inside. The cave was extremely wide and was obviously artificially excavated. Elder Sister Tiana, you've been here before? Old Monster Statholm said to Tiana in astonishment as soon as they entered. No, but I feel like there's no one living here. Alright, we'll stay here for a while. I'll first release a spell to form a boundary to block our aura. Tiana replied casually. Han Shuo and Statholm did not ask any further. They watched as Tiana stood at the entrance of the only cave, took out her azure magic staff, and slowly chanted a magical incantation. Suddenly, just as Tiana finished her incantation, her body abruptly flew out of the only cave like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the incantation finally fell from her mouth. Extremely dense water elements instantly enveloped the only cave entrance. The lively water elements quickly condensed, and before Han Shuo and Statholm could react, a 1-meter-thick chunk of ice blocked the only exit. Han Shuo and Statholm, the old monster's expressions immediately changed. Statholm even roared, Elder Sister Tiana, what's the meaning of this? Two hallowed auras rushed down from the peak of the sacred mountain without concealment. Within a few breaths, they arrived beside Tiana outside the cave. Separated by the solid ice that was as transparent as crystal, Han Shuo could tell that one of them was dressed as a light priest and the other as a temple knight. They both looked very young. The two people who flew down from the peak of the sacred mountain did not conceal their frightening auras. Han Shuo could immediately tell that they were the light divine magus and divine knight that Tiana had mentioned earlier. They were also demigod existences. Tiana, you've done well. You can stay on the sacred mountain and fuse with the origin crystal of water in peace. Our saintess will protect you from the persecution of that alien. The seemingly young temple knight said to Tiana with a gentle smile on his face. Bergson, that kid named Brian is the great heretic that you've been chasing. You can deal with him however you want. As for Statholm, I think as long as he hands over the crystal ball that contains the origin of fighting aura, you can spare his life. He has no conflict with your Church of Light. Tiana could not bear to see this happen and pleaded on the old monster's behalf. I'm sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's talk about it after I report it to the saintess. The divine knight named Bergson shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, however, if Statholm is willing to swear fealty to the God of Light, then there will definitely be no problem. Han Shuo and Statholm suddenly sensed a dense divine energy that had shrouded the cave's surroundings at some unknown time. On top of that, Tiana had frozen the only exit. It seemed that the situation had reached its worst state. Elder Sister Tiana, I really didn't expect you to do this. The old monster Statholm, who was trapped inside, stared blankly at Tiana. His calm voice, however, carried an unconcealable fury. Statholm, I'm very sorry. Bergson and I are very good friends. You just have to hand over that crystal ball of fighting aura, and I'll think of a way to let you walk out of this sacred mountain alive. There was not a trace of guilt on Tiana's face. She was still as graceful and elegant as ever. A frightening aura suddenly approached rapidly from afar. The strange buzzing whistle was so loud that Han Shuo and Statholm could hear it even though they were separated by layers of boundaries. At the same time, a melodious, gentle, and beautiful song rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain. A divine energy that only a god should possess fell in front of the cliff in an instant. Chapter 458. Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster glanced at each other. They immediately understood that the saintess of the Church of Light that Tiana had mentioned had arrived. The moment this expert, whom Tiana spoke of as possessing the true power of God, arrived in the area, Han Shuo and Statholm felt as though they were immediately shrouded by a kind of muddy swamp-like power. Even moving seemed to be a little difficult. Domain of divinity. Both Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster were aghast. That kind of power that made them want to prostrate themselves in worship, and made it difficult for them to move, was the power that only a true god should possess. It was a kind of power that only a true god should possess, a power that mortals could not look directly at. Saintess. The two demigod existences of the Church of Light kowtowed at the same time, their faces expressing the respect from the bottom of their hearts. Greetings, Saintess. Even Tiana performed a solemn salute, her expression solemn and respectful. From Han Shuo and Statholm's point of view, they could not clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. However, that kind of divine aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was enough to move one's heart and soul. There seemed to be melodious singing praises of the God of Light, mixed in with the divine aura, reverberating in the depths of their souls. This kind of voice had the divine power to bewitch people's hearts. Accompanied by the singing, Han Shuo gradually lost the strength in his limbs. It was as though he was willing to throw himself into the embrace of the God of Light, to submit and never regret his allegiance. Not good. Han Shuo's heart trembled as he realized what was going on. By now, Han Shuo could be completely sure that the divine power from the sacred mountain that he had sensed in Sandro City previously came from this saintess of the Church of Light. It was only because of the distance last time, and the fact that the saintess' divine power covered the entire Sandro City, that Han Shuo did not feel any discomfort. However, now that this powerful godlike existence was right in front of them, the holy aura that was naturally released from the domain might not be targeted at Han Shuo and Wang Zhong, but because the range was reduced, the two of them still found it difficult to resist. Gradually, they felt the desire to sink into depravity. Many years of tempering his will using demonic arts had given Han Shuo an incomparably firm heart. With an unshakable rebellious heart, Han Shuo hid his consciousness within the demon's lair edge that was hibernating in his body. He used the demon's lair edge's endless desire to destroy to constantly stimulate his consciousness, allowing his consciousness to always remain clear and not sink into the domain of divinity. Get out! The old monster Statholm unsheathed his long sword, and a formless fighting aura reverberated within the sword hilt, emitting a strange sound. It was used to resist the corrosive influence of this godly power. Statholm's face was unprecedentedly solemn. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and even his breathing was a little unstable. It was obvious that he was using all his strength to resist. Buzz, the howl of the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, suddenly seemed to envelop the entire sacred mountain. An ice-cold, deathly still aura, devoid of a single shred of humanity, filled every region like an indestructible ice blade. The howl of the soul race king, which was originally extremely unpleasant to the ears of Han Shuo and Statholm, suddenly became incomparably pleasing to the ears. Because it was precisely because of the appearance of this howl that the saintess, whose appearance could not be clearly seen by Han Shuo and Statholm, released that divine energy that made one involuntarily want to sink into depravity, as if it was torn to shreds by a sharp sword, vanishing without a trace. What a terrifying power! The old monster Statholm breathed a sigh of relief, and exclaimed with lingering fear in his heart, "Stop the intruders first. We'll deal with these two after the soul race has left." A gentle and sweet voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave, separated by thick layers of ice. Understood, Saintess. The three demigod existences, including Tiana, replied in unison. Whoosh! The green-skinned, python-tailed, six-horned tribal king of the soul race was the first to arrive at the cave entrance. As soon as this six-horned tribal king landed, the other 4 five-horned soul race tribesmen stood behind him in unison. There was no communication, not even any superfluous movements. A total of 5 soul race tribesmen, as soon as they arrived in this region, immediately attacked the few from the Church of Light who were blocking the cave entrance. A figure dressed in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared. It was the saintess, dressed in a white priestly robe. When she met the six-horned tribal king head-on, only then did Han Shuo and Statholm finally see the saintess whom they had been missing for a long time. It was a young and beautiful maiden. She had a pure, clean and sweet smile on her face. Her appearance alone gave one a sense of flawless holiness. Coupled with the otherworldly temperament that was naturally released, it was as though this maiden was born to proclaim the holiness of the God of Light. Beautiful, holiness and nobility. These were the most intuitive impressions that Han Shuo had of her. Disregarding Han Shuo's disgust towards the Church of Light, this beautiful young maiden seemed to have gathered all the advantages of a woman into one. Only the word perfect could barely describe such a flawless woman. The maiden who flew out from the side corner gracefully arrived before the six-horned tribal king. In her hand was a holy grail sparkling with dazzling holy radiance. Holy water was even gurgling within the holy grail. With a shake of the holy grail in her hand, an enormous force comparable to a mountain seemed to have enveloped the body of the six-horned tribal king. From the perspective of Han Shuo and Statholm, they discovered that the body of the six-horned tribal king was obviously swaying along with the holy grail. Soon after, a strange howl came out from the mouth of the six-horned tribal king. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, his enormous serpent tail fiercely stabbed at the holy grail in the saintess' hand at lightning speed. Clang! A dreadful sound seemed to have enveloped the entire sacred mountain. An aftershock that was hard to see with the naked eye violently shot out. As though it had been bombarded by a high explosive, the protruding cliff was unable to withstand the force and shattered with a loud bang. Crushed rocks the size of fists rained down below. It was as though the sacred mountain, which was more than 9,000 meters tall, was quaking. The bodies of Han Shuo and the old monster Statholm, who were imprisoned in the center of the cave, swayed along with the tremors. At the same time, the 4 leaders of the soul race who came with the six-horned tribal king locked their inhuman green eyes on Tiana and the other 2 demigods. Almost as soon as the six-horned tribal king made his move, they had already begun to attack the 3 women. The sharp horns on their heads once again began to radiate with evil green light. Having suffered from it before, Han Shuo immediately understood that it was an attack aimed at the soul. We should think of a way to leave. If we can't leave now, we won't have another chance. The old monster Statholm hastily said to Han Shuo, his eyes glistening as he observed the earth-shattering battle that was separated by a layer of solid ice. How could Han Shuo not be aware of the dire situation they were in? The saintess had added a layer of divine energy to the cave's defenses. Even the solid rocks contained divine energy. The solid ice boundary deployed by Tiana at the entrance was similarly reinforced by the saintess' divine energy. Even Han Shuo had a feeling that he was at his wit's end. I can only try Metal Elite Zombie. Having made up his mind, Han Shuo immediately summoned Metal Elite Zombie. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie appeared from the netherworld, under Han Shuo's command, he attempted to dig a passageway using his manipulation of the energy of metal and stone. Clang! Clang! An odd sound suddenly came from beneath his feet. Han Shuo turned his attention and saw Metal Elite Zombie make a helpless gesture at him and transmit a message. The stones here have some strange impurities. Their properties have been altered. I can't open a passageway. That damn Tiana! Han Shuo cursed loudly. His face turned somewhat unsightly. It seemed that no matter when, he couldn't reveal his trump card. Previously, when he left the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, Tiana had seen Han Shuo use the Earth Elite Zombie to dig a passageway to escape. This time, Tiana must have told the Church of Light about Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. That was why the saintess of the Church of Light had even concealed divine energy within the stone mountain. Since they had even blocked the passageway, they obviously wouldn't give Han Shuo and Tiana the opportunity to escape using a spatial magic scroll. Under the influence of the domain of 2 divine experts, even a sacred magus of space would find it hard to escape using the Edict of Space, let alone Han Shuo and Statholm who only had a spatial magic scroll. There's no other way? Seeing that Han Shuo's zombie warriors were ineffective and hearing Han Shuo curse Tiana, Statholm the old monster immediately understood. His heart sank and Statholm felt a sense of helplessness. Shaking his head, Han Shuo forced a smile and replied, "Tiana has sold us out. Even my trump card has been blocked." As he spoke, Han Shuo's eyes were resolute. He had already started to ponder whether or not he should use the Omen blood disassembly to escape. Doing so might seriously injure Han Shuo, but it was the only way out. "Father, are you going to blast open this cave?" It was at this moment that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. "Yes, but it seems hopeless," Han Shuo casually replied. In his mind, he was still considering whether or not to immediately use the Omen blood disassembly to escape. As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, Metal Elite Zombie suddenly took out the golden cudgel he obtained from the place of extreme metal. While Han Shuo wasn't paying attention, the metal attribute treasure had slowly and crazily grown, turning into a huge pillar that reached the sky. Chapter 459. As the golden cudgel crazily grew, dazzling golden light filled the entire cave. The dazzling golden light finally attracted Han Shuo's attention. He saw that the golden cudgel in Metal Elite Zombie's hand was propped against the solid ice deployed by Water Divine Magus Tiana and reinforced by the Saintess. Naturally, the golden cudgel that had turned into a towering pillar wasn't something that Metal Elite Zombie could tightly grip. However, although Metal Elite Zombie couldn't grip the golden cudgel tightly, he could activate the Yuan energy of metal in his body to control the golden cudgel. Manipulated by the Yuan energy of metal in the golden armored corpse, the golden cudgel that was said to be indestructible, the tip of the cudgel suddenly erupted with a terrifying force of impact. Under the watchful eyes of Han Shuo and Statholm, the golden cudgel smashed through the ice like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The golden cudgel weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. Except for Metal Elite Zombie whose body was brimming with Yuan energy of metal, even Han Shuo couldn't wield it with brute force. It seemed that Metal Elite Zombie wielding the golden cudgel truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 expert in the metal attribute in battle strength. Even the layer of ice reinforced by the Saintess with divine energy could be forcibly smashed through with the golden cudgel. "Let's go." Statholm the old monster was both surprised and delighted, and immediately shouted. Han Shuo, who was staring at Metal Elite Zombie in disbelief, immediately reacted upon hearing Statholm the old monster's shout. After chanting an incantation, the complacent Metal Elite Zombie along with the golden cudgel were sent back to the netherworld by Han Shuo. "Let's go," Han Shuo replied. Like lightning, he and Statholm the old monster flew out of the broken hole. Outside, Tiana and the others from the Church of Light were still engaged in a fierce battle with the soul race. Among them, that Saintess possessed truly terrifying strength. Her body seemed to be shrouded in an endless stream of divine energy. Holding that holy grail that was bursting with holy light, she was actually able to keep the six-horned tribal king at bay. Not good, they've broken through the hole and escaped. The firm ice boundary at the cave entrance was laid out by the divine Magus Tiana. She had already sensed it the moment the firm ice boundary was broken. As soon as Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster shot out from the inside, Tiana's cry of alarm rang out. However, at this time, whether it was the Saintess of the Church of Light or the three demigod existences, they were all fighting with the Soul Race clansmen. In a battle between experts of this level, unless one side had strength that far surpassed the other, they could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Tiana's group of three dealt with the 4 5-pointed Soul Race clansmen. With the Divine Knight as the main attacker, Tiana and the Light Archmage constantly bombarded them with terrifying magic attacks. Although Tiana and the Light Archmage had deployed layers upon layers of defensive boundaries, they were clearly at a disadvantage against the four of them. Tiana let out a cry of alarm. Her cold attacks against the Soul Race clansmen slowed down a little. The pressure on the Light Archmage and the Divine Knight, who were already having a hard time dealing with them, multiplied. Among them, the Divine Knight was in a sorry state after being swept by 3 python tails, and was nearly seriously injured. Taking advantage of the fact that the few of them were occupied, Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster did not hesitate at all. They transformed into long streaks of light and rapidly flew into the distance. They did not dare to stay on this sacred mountain for even a moment longer. Han Shuo and Statholm the old monster ran extremely fast. Before anyone had the time to take a closer look at them, the two of them had already rushed out of this area. The saintess of the Church of Light had placed all her energy on the six-horned soul race clansmen. She dared not be distracted in the slightest. She could only watch helplessly as the two of them left. She had no spare time to stop them. As soon as Statholm rushed out of the sacred mountain, he immediately yelled at Han Shua, "Run!" Han Shua obviously understood how bad the situation was at this time. He moved like lightning and followed closely behind Statholm. However, compared to Statholm, Han Shua's face was a bit calmer. He was not as panicky as Statholm. Once Han Shua left that cave in the sacred mountain, he had plenty of ways to escape. In terms of flying speed, Han Shua believed that even someone a level higher than him would not be able to catch up to him. In the worst-case scenario, Han Shua could still use the transportation matrix that led to the Cemetery of Death to escape. Therefore, with these things to rely on, Han Shua was not as anxious as Statholm. Following behind Statholm, the two escaped from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They did not enter Sandro City at the foot of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Instead, they took a detour and flew towards another city, Ordi City. After entering Ordi City, Statholm the old monster used the token in his hand to activate the transportation matrix. After passing through several transportation matrices, the two flew from the border of Odin Empire back to Brute Merchant Alliance. Finally, they appeared in Tariq City of Brute Merchant Alliance. As soon as they arrived at Tariq City, Han Shua immediately sensed his location through a drop of blood essence in Elizabeth's brain. "Brian, it's all thanks to you that we could escape this time. I owe you a favor." Statholm the old monster said to Han Shua as soon as they arrived at Tariq City. "You're welcome," Han Shua replied with a smile. After a short pause, Han Shua knitted his brows and asked, "The six-horned tribal king can sense our souls. What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this, Statholm the old monster put on a worried look. Under Han Shua's gaze, he finally let out a sigh and said, "I will immediately find a secluded place to fuse the origin crystal with my soul. Only after fusing the origin crystal with my soul, will I be able to thoroughly shake off the soul race's pursuit. However, we don't know the specific situation at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. If that six-horned tribal king of the soul race didn't suffer serious injuries in the battle with the Saintess and finds you while you're fusing with the origin crystal, you will have no choice but to die," Han Shua said. "There's no other way. I can only take a gamble. If the six-horned tribal king were to find me midway, I can only blame it on my bad luck." The old monster sighed again, his face filled with helplessness. After hearing Statholm's words, Han Shua didn't know what to say. This was truly a matter of helplessness. Han Shua had a pretty good impression of Statholm the old monster. Although Han Shua might become enemies with him due to the existence of the 7 Grand Duchies, from their interactions over the past few days, Statholm could be considered a straightforward and upright person. During the battle, he would constantly remind Han Shua of the dangers. Unlike Han Shua's conjecture, he did not harbor any evil intentions because he was the city lord of Brettel City. "In that case, I wish you good luck," Han Shua said to Statholm the old monster after shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. "You too. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again." It's a pleasure to meet you." Statholm the old monster seemed to have let go of the worries in his heart as he said with a hearty smile. Then, as if he suddenly recalled something, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Brian, after we separate this time, we may never have the chance to meet again. There's something I want to discuss with you. I hope you can agree on the account that we fought side by side." "Tell me about it first," Han Shua furrowed his brows. He somewhat understood what Statholm wanted to discuss. "For many years, I have been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty. Now that the Verdun dynasty no longer exists and has been divided into the 7 Grand Duchies, I still have some feelings for the 7 Grand Duchies. After we part ways today, perhaps both of us will be hunted down and killed by the six-horned tribal king. Perhaps one of us will be able to escape this calamity, or perhaps both of us will be lucky enough to survive. If I survive, I will restrain the 7 Grand Duchies from ever encroaching on Brettel City. But if I die and you are lucky enough to survive, I hope you won't plunge the people of the 7 Grand Duchies into misery and suffering for my sake. Your Lancelot Empire and the Brute Merchant Alliance have always coveted the 7 Grand Duchies. I know that if I die, the 7 Grand Duchies will not be able to escape this calamity. If you are lucky enough to survive, the 7 Grand Duchies will certainly be swept to the ground by Brettel City. I don't beg you to stop, but I hope you can treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. Stadtholm the old monster looked deeply at Han Shuo and pleaded earnestly. It was because Stadtholm had already prepared himself for death that he would say such a thing. No matter how one looked at it, Stadtholm's request wasn't excessive. As soon as Stadtholm's words fell, Han Shuo immediately nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly." Han Shuo didn't know if Stadtholm the old monster would die, but Han Shuo knew that he would definitely be able to escape this calamity. Han Shuo had long had the intention to encroach on the 7 Grand Duchies. Even if Stadtholm the old monster was still alive, it wouldn't change his mind. Now, Stadtholm merely wanted Han Shuo to promise him that he would treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. This wasn't excessive at all. "Thank you. I will return to Stranglethorn Vale and make some arrangements. Afterwards, I will immediately find a place undetectable by ordinary people to fuse with the Fighting Aura Origin Crystal. I really hope that we will have the chance to meet again." Stadtholm the old monster laughed heartily and immediately left in a carefree manner. As soon as Stadtholm left, Han Shuo muttered in a low voice, "I hope you can escape this calamity." Han Shuo only felt a kind of sympathy and respect for this demigod existence that had obstructed the Lancelot Empire's conquest for so many years. He sincerely hoped that he would have the chance to meet the old monster again. The old monster gradually disappeared from Han Shuo's line of sight. Han Shuo took a deep breath and quickly left, relying on his senses to find Elizabeth. "Follow me." As soon as he saw Elizabeth, Han Shuo immediately instructed and brought Elizabeth back to Brettel City. Chapter 460. As soon as he arrived at Brettel City, Han Shuo introduced Elizabeth to Jack and the others. After giving them a few instructions, he immediately went to the secret chamber and activated the transportation matrix. As soon as he entered the cemetery of death, Han Shuo's body suddenly had a wonderful feeling. The dreadful pressure that had been following him like a shadow immediately disappeared without a trace. It disappeared. Han Shuo cried out in surprise. That dreadful pressure originated from the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race. Han Shuo could clearly feel it when he left Tarrag Canyon. Then, as soon as Han Shuo entered the cemetery of death, he could no longer feel the pressure that had been weighing down on his heart. Walking out of the hall, looking at the pure white bones beneath his feet, then raising his head to look at the gloomy sky, Han Shuo suddenly understood what was going on. It seemed that the boundary that enveloped the entire cemetery of death had isolated the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability. As long as he stayed within the cemetery of death, Han Shuo believed that the 6-horned tribal king wouldn't be able to locate him at all. Before coming to the cemetery of death, Han Shuo had made many plans. He was even prepared to use the skeletal staff to escape into the netherworld as soon as he entered the cemetery of death. But now it seemed that these plans were unnecessary. The mysterious boundary of the cemetery of death had directly resolved Han Shuo's worries. Cemetery of death. Oh, cemetery of death, just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh. To be able to block the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability was sufficient proof of the miraculous effect of the boundary that enveloped the cemetery of death. Poor Stadtholm. I wonder if he has left Stranglethorn Vale to cultivate in seclusion. But even if he is still in Stranglethorn Vale, the cemetery of death will not allow him to enter, Han Shuo thought to himself. With the threat of the 6-horned tribal king gone, Han Shuo felt much more relaxed. Then he sat cross-legged in the mystical demon refinement area of the cemetery of death and took out the 3 spheres that he had plundered from his space ring. Of the 3 spheres, one was an origin crystal rich in the element of death, one was an origin crystal rich in the element of darkness, and the last one was emitting a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. According to the old monster Stadtholm, only a paranoid person would be willing to fuse with this sphere of destruction. While escaping from the Church of Light's sacred mountain, Han Shuo had already asked Statholm the old monster about the detailed usage of the origin crystal. Now that everything was ready, Han Shuo held the 3 spheres in his hand and aimed at the origin crystal that was emitting pure death element. Grabbing the origin crystal that was emitting the element of death, Han Shuo slowly used his mental strength to enter the origin crystal. From the origin crystal, he sensed an incomparably enormous and clean energy of the element of death. Releasing his consciousness, Han Shuo tried to fuse the origin crystal into his consciousness, according to the method Statholm the old monster had taught him. Suddenly, something that Han Shuo did not expect happened. His mental strength could clearly sense the enormity and miraculousness of those strands of pure death element. But when Han Shuo tried to fuse his consciousness with this incomparably enormous energy of the element of death according to the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, his consciousness immediately locked up, not allowing even a tiny bit of the element of death to enter. His consciousness rejected the energy of the origin crystal, not allowing even a single strand of energy to fuse with his consciousness. He was unable to form the soul of element that Statholm the old monster and Tiana had mentioned. Han Shuo's demonic infant had the miraculous ability to absorb many kinds of evil energies and transform them. But Han Shuo's consciousness was so selfish that it would not allow even a strand of energy that was incompatible with demonic arts to fuse with it. Han Shuo could clearly feel the rejection coming from his consciousness. That kind of exclusive energy made Han Shuo understand the tyranny of demonic arts. Looks like I'll have to try the ball of destruction. Putting away the origin crystal that was rich in the element of death, Han Shuo took out the sphere that was emitting an intense energy of destruction. Following the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, he tried to fuse the energy within the ball of destruction into his consciousness. His consciousness still rejected it. That enormous energy of destruction was still unable to flow into his consciousness. Naturally, it was unable to fuse with his consciousness. Han Shuo had a bitter smile on his face. He held the origin crystal that was pure in the element of death in one hand, and the ball of destruction that was filled with the enormous energy of destruction in the other. He thought to himself that he had spent so much effort to snatch these 2 spheres. Who would have thought that he would be unable to absorb them? It seemed like all his efforts were in vain. Within Han Shuo's body, there were 3 most important things. One was the demonic infant located in his lower abdomen. The demonic infant was the source and foundation of demonic yuan, and was the foundation for the execution of demonic arts. The other 2 important things were located in the brain. The consciousness formed from the fusion of the 3 souls was the foundation of everything. Its importance was self-evident, and it was also what Han Shuo relied on to survive. The last one was also located in the brain. Similar to the golden core of martial practitioners and the demonic infant of demonic arts practitioners, it was also the source of energy. Of course, there were still some differences between this place and the demonic infant. This region of the brain stored mental strength, and was also the key point for a grand magus necromancer like Han Shuo to be able to cast necromancy magic. The most important of the 3 was of course the consciousness, which was what most people referred to as the soul. Within the consciousness were all of Han Shuo's experiences and memories, all of his comprehensions, knowledge of demonic arts, and understanding of necromancy magic. The consciousness was the foundation and evidence that Han Shuo was still alive. Han Shuo's demonic arts had reached such a level that the fusion of the 3 souls to form the consciousness was the foundation for the advancement of demonic arts. Han Shuo absolutely would not allow anything to go wrong with the consciousness. However, from the old monster Statholm's words, Han Shuo knew that if one wanted to become a god in the field of magic, the soul must form the soul of element. Only then would the soul and elements reach the most perfect rapport, and only then would one have the deepest understanding of that type of magic. However, the soul of element was obviously a kind of evolution to the soul. This kind of evolution meant a change to the soul, and the soul was the most fundamental everything to a person. Unfortunately, his soul had already been transformed into the consciousness most suitable for practicing demonic arts. Unless Han Shuo degenerated his consciousness to its original state, the origin crystal of element would really be of no use. No matter how one looked at it, when comparing demonic arts and necromancy magic, it seemed that demonic arts were more useful to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo would never give up on his demonic arts. Besides, Han Shuo did not believe that he could not become a god without forming the soul of element. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shuo gave up on the origin crystal of pure element of death. The three spheres contain the three energies of death, destruction, and darkness. None of them was something that Han Shuo could use. Placing the three spheres in front of him, Han Shuo began to consider how to make the best use of these things that he had painstakingly obtained. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo's mind lit up. He immediately summoned the little skull from the netherworld. This is for you. Take the energy inside and fuse it with your soul. This way, you will be able to make better use of the element of death in the netherworld. As soon as the little skull appeared, Han Shuo immediately handed the origin crystal of pure element of death to the little skull. He also told the little skull the method of soul fusion. Thank you, Father. I can feel that this thing can bring me unimaginable benefits. It is the treasure of the undead creatures. I don't know what it can change me into, but I will definitely become stronger. Definitely. The little skull held the origin crystal of pure element of death. His purple demon eye emitted a strong light that no one dared to look directly at. Han Shuo could feel his intense excitement and joy. That's good. I believe that you will become stronger. Han Shuo said with a smile as he felt the little skull's irrepressible excitement. Father, with this, I will subdue the bone dragon. In our world, I think I will become stronger and stronger. My sphere of influence will expand 100-fold. Little Skull said ambitiously. All right, go. Immediately fuse this origin crystal of pure element of death with your soul according to the method I told you. Han Shuo said with a smile. When the little skull nodded, he used a necromancy spell to send him back to the netherworld. Among Han Shuo's companions, only Emily could use the origin crystal of darkness to its greatest extent. The others did not cultivate dark magic. It seemed that Emily would be ecstatic this time. With the origin crystal of darkness fused with her soul, there was no doubt that Emily's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. As for the orb of destruction, Han Shuo racked his brains over and over again, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Looking at the orb of destruction in his hand, Han Shuo understood that there were some differences between this orb of destruction and the origin crystal. Once one's soul fused with this boundless energy of destruction, that person would certainly become a maniac who only knew destruction. Holding the origin crystal of destruction in his hand, Han Shuo stared at it for a long time. He didn't know what to do with it. Suddenly, a violent and boundless desire to slaughter surged from Han Shuo's body. With a thought, the demon slayer edge suddenly fell from the back of Han Shuo's neck into Han Shuo's palm. Boundless resentment and the desire to slaughter overflowed from the demon slayer edge, filling the entire cemetery of death. In Han Shuo's palm, the demon slayer edge's ferocious might overflowed to the heavens. A stream of blood glistened brightly, flowing on the demon slayer edge as if it had a life of its own. Han Shuo understood that the true primary soul within the demon slayer edge had evolved and formed. From today onwards, the demon slayer edge would become a peerless demonic weapon in the truest sense of the word. Just as Han Shuo was excitedly looking at the demon slayer edge, the demon slayer edge suddenly flew out from his right palm. Before Han Shuo could react, the sharp point directly pierced into the ball of destruction that contained the enormous energy of destruction. While Han Shuo was greatly shocked, something happened that left him dumbstruck. The primary soul that had just formed within the demon slayer edge had begun to fuse with the terrifying energy of destruction within the ball. Chapter 461. Within a short period of time, the energy contained in the sphere containing the terrifying aura of destruction that Han Shuo had painstakingly obtained had been fused with the main soul within the demon slayer edge. After the main soul had fused with the energy of the sphere of destruction, it once again flew from Han Shuo's palm into Han Shuo's body, and fell back into a dormant state. The demon slayer edge was a demonic weapon that Han Shuo cultivated with his life. Now that the main soul had formed, it had gained sentience. The main soul formed within the demon slayer edge, which was formed from Han Shuo's life essence and demonic yuan, would forever serve Han Shuo as its master. Unless Han Shuo's consciousness dissipated, the demon slayer edge would forever be a demonic weapon that belonged solely to Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked at the sphere in his hand that had lost the energy of destruction. He thought to himself that this was pretty good. At least he didn't benefit an outsider. After absorbing the energy of destruction within the sphere, the Demon's Lair edge would certainly become even more formidable. As a weapon solely for Han Shuo's use, the more powerful the Demon's Lair edge was, the more advantageous it would be for Han Shuo. It wasn't a bad thing to think about it this way. Of the 3 spheres, one was obtained by Little Skull, one was fused with the main soul that had just been formed within the Demon's Lair edge, and the last one belonged to the Dark Magus Emily. All 3 were people that Han Shuo could trust the most. Although Han Shuo's consciousness could not fuse with the 3 spheres, it could still indirectly strengthen him. Han Shuo, who had originally planned to fuse with the Origin Crystal of Death, now seemed to have nothing to do with it. The only thing that worried Han Shuo was the threat of the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race. If Han Shuo were to stay in the Cemetery of Death, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would naturally be unable to do anything to Han Shuo under the protection of the boundary within the Cemetery of Death. He would not be able to sense Han Shuo's aura at all. However, it was impossible for Han Shuo to stay in the Cemetery of Death forever. Once he left the Cemetery of Death, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would immediately sense the location of his soul. In that case, Han Shuo would have to face this terrifying threat that he could not resist for the time being. It seems that I still need to get rid of that guy's perception of my divine sense first. Han Shuo thought to himself, and began to look for a way to deal with it according to the memory left by Chu Kanglin. Han Shuo carefully recalled. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't deliberately search for a way, once his demonic arts reached the next 9 changes realm, his consciousness would definitely not be sensed by the 6-horned tribal king. Once Han Shuo attained the 9 changes realm, not only would he be able to change his physical appearance at will, but he would also be able to change his temperament at will. He would also be able to change his consciousness into a myriad of forms. At that time, the 6-horned tribal king would no longer be able to sense Han Shuo. Of course, once Han Shuo attained the 9 changes realm, even if the 6-horned tribal king came knocking on his door, he would still be dead meat. In the current carnal realm, although one's consciousness could not be changed at will, one could use a kind of concealment technique to conceal one's consciousness. As long as Han Shuo did not deliberately utilize the miraculous power of his consciousness would remain in a state of nothingness under the effect of the concealment technique. No one would be able to sense the location of his consciousness. In truth, the concealment technique was one of the miraculous functions of the consciousness. It was just that in the past, Han Shuo did not spend the time and effort to study the profoundness of the consciousness. As soon as he learned that the consciousness could remain in a state of nothingness when it was not using its miraculous powers to spy on everything in its surroundings, Han Shuo immediately began to practice this concealment technique, according to his control over the consciousness. Han Shuo felt that it did not take him too long to master this concealment technique. As long as Han Shuo's consciousness remained in a state of nothingness, and did not spy on external objects or release any special demonic arts, his consciousness would always remain in that miraculous state. This state would not affect Han Shuo's thinking and memory. It would even help Han Shuo make rational decisions about a matter, and would not cause Han Shuo to lose control of his emotions and do something that went against his character. After Han Shuo believed that he had mastered this concealment technique, he naturally wanted to try it out. After returning to the transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo activated the transportation matrix and returned to the secret chamber of the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City. As expected, even after leaving the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo could no longer feel the pressure coming from the 6-horned tribal king. This indicated that the concealment technique was indeed effective. Han Shuo no longer needed to worry about the potential threat of the 6-horned tribal king. Han Shuo immediately called for a meeting and gathered Dorcas, Jack, and the others. When everyone was present, Han Shuo looked at Dorcas and said, "From today onwards, you will be in charge of invading the 7 Grand Duchies. You should start making preparations. I will make a trip to the Empire's Asen city. I will give you detailed instructions when I return." I have waited for this day for a very long time. Dorcas's eyes shone with the radiance of exuberant ambition. Han Shuo could clearly see the excitement in this war maniac's heart. "Master, what are you preparing to do?" Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at Han Shuo and asked in puzzlement. You stay by Dorcas's side. His strength is weak, so you must be in charge of him. Don't let anyone assassinate him. Han Shuo didn't answer and only instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert. Alright, how did I become a bodyguard? I used to protect that brat Trunks, but now it's an even weaker one. Dark Dragon mumbled unwillingly. Elizabeth, you stay in Brettel City. Be on guard against people playing tricks in the dark. There are a few fellows in Brettel City who aren't strong enough. You must watch over them carefully. After instructing Dark Dragon Gilbert, Han Shuo then instructed Elizabeth. Understood, Master. Elizabeth replied. Afterwards, Dorcas and Jack explained the current situation of Brettel City to Han Shuo. From the two of them, Han Shuo learned that the population of Brettel City had increased by more than 10 times, reaching a population of 530,000. Under the development of Dorcas, the Brettel City army had 50,000 elite soldiers roaming about everywhere, and 30,000 city guards defending the city. Brettel City, with its rapidly developing commerce, had its own weapon workshops and armor craftsmen. The 5 mines around it never lacked all kinds of ores. A total of 80,000 Brettel City soldiers were fully equipped. The weapons and armor in their hands were not inferior to the Imperial Guards of Austin City. With the strong support of the current king, Lawrence, and the convenience of the magical transportation array, in addition to Brettel City's unique terrain, Brettel City had become an impregnable city with flourishing commerce in just a few short years. At this time, Brettel City's army was strong, and there was no need to worry about the rear. It was the best opportunity to attack the 7 Grand Duchies. Very good. I'll make a trip to Austin City first. When I return, I'll set off with you all. Han Shuo was in a good mood as he laughed heartily. The meeting thus ended. Han Shuo also headed towards the transportation array in Brettel City. Currently, the ones who posed the greatest threat to Han Shuo were the Six-Horned Tribal King of the Soul Race and the Church of Light. The Six-Horned Tribal King was unable to sense Han Shuo's position, so this threat could basically be ignored. If 2 demigod existences of the Church of Light joined forces, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to contend against them, but he was confident that he could easily escape. As for the Saintess with the domain of divinity, Han Shuo learned from Statholm that she seemed to be bound by the sacred mountain of the Church of Light and rarely left the sacred mountain. A saintess who basically wouldn't leave the sacred mountain of the Church of Light wasn't much of a threat to Han Shuo. In that case, Han Shuo really had nothing to worry about. The desires of the carnal realm gave Han Shuo the urge to go all out. Only when one's desires were completely satisfied in the carnal realm could Han Shuo break through to the next 9 changes realm. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't restrain the desires in his heart at all, and was ready to go all out. In the history of demonic sects, any ancestor who had broken through to the 9 changes realm would completely release the desires in their hearts in the carnal realm. These people were often ambitious and ruthless characters in the world. In many dynasties, these ancestors of demonic sects had played an important role, becoming the ones who controlled the tides of time. Now that Brettel City had its own transportation matrix, it was extremely convenient to travel to and from Austin City. Han Shuo used this transportation matrix and appeared in Austin City in the blink of an eye. After arriving in Austin City, Han Shuo headed straight for the Dark Mantle headquarters. Before coming to Austin City, Han Shuo had learned from Dick that Emily rarely carried out missions herself. She was now in charge of assigning missions to the Dark Mantle headquarters. Her current position was much more relaxed and less dangerous. It seemed that perhaps it was because Han Shuo had basked in Emily's light that she was able to be so carefree. Mount Ordas Dark Mantle headquarters. After 3 years, Han Shuo had already become a legendary figure in the Dark Mantle. From the moment Han Shuo entered the Dark Mantle headquarters, when some of the seniors on the road discovered Han Shuo's arrival, they all looked at Han Shuo with incomparable admiration. "Where is Lady Emily?" Han Shuo asked as he watched the guide beside him lead him straight to Candide's secret chamber. Only after hearing Han Shuo's question did the guide remember the relationship between Han Shuo and Emily. He immediately revealed a knowing smile and said to Han Shuo, "Lady Emily and Lord Candide are not far from each other. Lord Brian, which one do you intend to go to first?" "Bring me to Lady Emily's secret chamber first," Han Shuo instructed. "All right. The guide respectfully replied. His gaze towards Han Shuo was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. In their hearts, although the current Han Shuo wasn't one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, he was someone even more respected than the three heavyweights. Chapter 462. In the stone room, there were a few wide bookshelves and a large black wooden table in the middle. Emily had a focused expression as she held an ancient handbook in her hand. Her dark brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was puzzled by the dark magic knowledge written in the handbook. Reporting to Lady Emily, Lord Brian requests to come in. A report came from a narrow tube on Emily's table. Pleasant surprise immediately replaced the focused expression on Emily's face. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry and hastily put down the ancient handbook in her hand. She took out a bright round mirror from her space ring and hurriedly drew a detailed picture of her delicate face in the mirror. Lady Emily, can you let Lord Brian come in? The guide heard a soft cry and understood that Emily was in the secret room. However, after calling out, Emily didn't respond. The guide couldn't help but ask again. Emily, who was busy tidying up her appearance, hurriedly said when she heard the confirmation from the narrow tube, "Wait a moment, it'll be done in a moment." As she spoke, Emily carefully looked at herself in the mirror again. After confirming that her face was flawless, she extravagantly smoothed out the wrinkles on her black magic robe with magic. Only then did she open her mouth and say, "All right, let Lord Brian come in." With a flash of light, Han Shuo used the short-distance transportation formation to directly reach the stone room where Emily was. Brian! When she saw the imposing figure that had haunted her dreams appear in the stone room, Emily immediately cried out in joy. She immediately threw herself into Han Shuo's broad chest like a swallow returning to its nest. She used all her strength to hug Han Shuo tightly, as if Han Shuo beside her would disappear at any time. A gentle smile hung on Han Shuo's face as he lowered his head to look at Emily in his arms. After 3 years, the beauty in his arms didn't change at all. Instead, she seemed to be even more charming and charming. Her delicate face was so delicate that it seemed as if it would break with the slightest breeze. Her face was flushed with happiness and excitement, and it was brimming with beauty that couldn't be replicated. Han Shuo could feel Emily's gradually rising body temperature. Han Shuo, who hadn't tasted anything for 3 years, felt the alluring and curvaceous body of the wonderful woman in his arms. An uncontrollable flame surged from his lower abdomen. Emily obviously felt the high spirits and heat emitting from Han Shuo's lower abdomen. Originally, she was already exceptionally sensitive after being nourished by Han Shuo. Suddenly, her bright eyes became dazed. Her voice and delicate body suddenly trembled together. Her 2 hands that were tightly hugging Han Shuo unconsciously began to move wantonly on Han Shuo's broad back. With a low roar, Han Shuo carried Emily in one go. His body swayed as he carried her to the office table that was used for assigning missions to the Dark Mantle members. Their clothes were torn to shreds amidst the sound of tearing. After a long while, Emily couldn't even move a finger. Her body was indolently curled up on the soft and wide chair. The strand of demonic yuan that flowed within Emily's body slowly circulated, slowly nourishing Emily's body. Her lost physical strength was slowly recovering. After a long while, Emily exhaled lightly in extreme comfort. She opened her eyes that contained an expression like the ocean and focused on Han Shuo's body. She asked, "Brian, when did you arrive at Austin City?" "I just arrived." Han Shuo changed his clothes again. He gently picked up a soft blanket and covered Emily's alluring body. Her bright eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The corners of Emily's mouth hooked into a happy and sweet smile. She lowered her eyebrows shyly and softly said, "Then you came to my place as soon as you arrived at Austin City?" "Yes," Han Shuo replied with a smile. "That's great." Emily suddenly raised her head. She looked at Han Shuo with the sweetness of a little girl and softly exclaimed. Her 2 hands tightly grasped Han Shuo's big hand that was gently caressing her cheeks. She took the initiative to bring the back of Han Shuo's hand to lightly caress her cheeks. "This is an origin crystal of the dark element that I obtained from Tarag Canyon. Take it and slowly fuse your soul with the origin crystal of the dark element. It will allow you to form a soul of element. It will be of great benefit to your training in dark magic." Han Shuo said with a gentle smile as he took out the origin crystal of the dark element and placed it in Emily's palm. As soon as the origin crystal of the dark element was taken out by Han Shuo from his space ring, Emily, who had been lazily curled up in her chair, immediately sensed the enormous amount of extremely pure dark element contained within. This kind of dark element contained no impurities at all. Its pure energy carried an indescribable allure. Even if Emily didn't use her mental strength to deliberately sense it, as a dark magus, she could deeply feel how magical and mysterious the thing contained within was. Such pure dark element. What is this thing? Emily's voice suddenly rose as she looked at Han Shuo with bright eyes. This is called an origin crystal. It contains enormous amounts of the purest dark element without any impurities. Once your soul fuses with the origin crystal, your soul will become a soul of element. This will allow you to have the deepest understanding of dark magic, and your soul and dark element will achieve a perfect affinity. If a magus of the elemental element wishes to become a god, they must form a soul of element and a body of element. Ordinary elemental magi may never find the knack of forming a soul of element. Even if they knew the method, it is not easy for an average person to achieve the transformation of their soul into a soul of element. As long as you fuse your soul with this elemental crystal, you'll be able to form an elemental soul by using the enormous amount of pure dark elemental energy within. This way, you'll definitely make rapid progress in your dark magic cultivation. Moreover, this will give you the foundation to become a god in dark magic. Han Shuo looked at Emily with a smile as he explained in a gentle voice. Emily's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Her bright eyes shone with the light of disbelief. She looked at Han Shuo and her voice also trembled. Her speech was not very smooth. Boo. Brian, is this for me? Are you sure this is for me? Silly woman, of course it's for you. Han Shuo caressed Emily's cheeks and said softly. Suddenly, Han Shuo thought of something and said solemnly, however, with your current realm, you must absorb it carefully. I don't know if your soul can completely withstand this enormous amount of dark element. In any case, be careful. I will. Emily held the origin crystal of darkness with both hands. She was so happy and excited that she almost fainted. From Han Shuo's words, she understood what this origin crystal meant to her. This was a treasure that could make her become a god. Emily could no longer use words to express her love and gratitude towards Han Shuo. Lady Emily, is Brian here with you? Candide's voice suddenly came from the magical device on the table. Candide's voice was a bit unsteady. He seemed to be inexplicably agitated. Before Han Shuo could reply, Candide's voice sounded from within the magical device. I can sense an incomparably pure and enormous dark elemental energy over there. Are you guys all right? Han Shuo and Emily looked at each other and reacted at the same time. Candide was also a dark grand magus. He had immersed himself in dark magic for even longer than Emily, so his understanding of dark magic was probably also higher than Emily's. This was an origin crystal that contained an enormous amount of pure dark element. Han Shuo didn't use any special methods to conceal the aura emitted from it. As a dark grand magus, it was only natural that Candide could sense this enormous amount of pure dark element. Quickly put it away. Han Shuo covered the magical device with one hand and hastily instructed Emily. When Candide's voice sounded, Emily had also reacted. She first hurriedly put on her clothes, then put away the origin crystal after Han Shuo's reminder. She immediately said in a panic, he knows. What do we do? What should we do? Emily shouldn't have been so flustered to be able to sit in her current position. The reason why she was somewhat out of her wits was purely because the impact of the origin crystal was a bit too great. Emily was so excited and agitated that it was hard for her to calm down. This was why she was so flustered. It doesn't matter. Don't say that he doesn't know anything. Even if he knows that I gave you the origin crystal, what can he do? Han Shuo comforted Emily. He knew that Emily was too excited right now, and that it wasn't suitable for Candide to come in. He immediately added, you stay here and calm down. Let me handle Candide. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo stood on top of the transportation matrix in Emily's room. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of Candide. Brian, I just heard someone report that you've returned. Oh right. I just sensed an extremely pure dark element coming from Emily's stone room. I've never sensed such pure dark element in any place in so many years. What's going on? Candide asked. It's nothing. I just used my martial technique to help Emily condense the dark element, so that she can more directly and clearly feel the existence of the dark element. Han Shuo smiled faintly and immediately changed the topic. My lord, I've met the old monster Statholm. Perhaps the old monster Statholm had piqued Candide's interest, or perhaps Candide was astute and understood that Han Shuo didn't want to talk about it in depth. In any case, he didn't continue on the topic of the dark element. Instead, he asked about the meeting between Han Shuo and the old monster Statholm in astonishment. Chapter 463. After concealing the matter of the origin crystal, Han Shuo narrated his and Tiana's encounter in Tarag Canyon. He didn't even conceal the matter of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light in Odin Empire. As Candide listened to Han Shuo's recount of the events, his face was gloomy and his brows were deeply furrowed. Lord Candide, do you know anything about the true experts of Profound Continent and those Soul Race clansmen? The reason why Han Shuo revealed everything was because he wanted to ask Candide if he knew of their existence. Tiana is the protector of Kasi Empire. In Kasi Empire, Tiana is a godlike existence. She and our Lancelot Empire's Dark Divine Magus Ermite Cotton are characters from the same era. I really did not expect that she is still alive. Candide exclaimed. A character from the same era as Ermite Cotton. Han Shuo was gobsmacked. Ermite Cotton was the most famous character in the history of Lancelot Empire. It was because of Ermite Cotton's existence that Lancelot Empire could be established and possessed the great power and influence it had today. However, Ermite Cotton, the Dark Divine Magus, was a character from 500 years ago. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shuo finally understood how long Tiana had lived. No wonder even the old monster Statholm, an antique who had lived through 2 dynasties, had to address her as elder sister Tiana. Apart from Tiana, about the Church of Light and those Soul Race clansmen, does your lordship know of their origins? Han Shuo looked at Candide in a daze and asked. I have learned some information from ancient records about the Divine Knight and Light Divine Magus of the Church of Light. Both of them were famous tyrannical existences of the Church of Light 100 years ago. Everyone thought that they had died of old age. Who would have thought that they were still alive to this day? As for the saintess of the Church of Light and the soul race of Tarag Canyon, I've never heard of them. If you hadn't told me this information, I'm afraid that I would never have known that such characters existed on Profound Continent. Sigh, these people are simply beyond my imagination. Candide couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he explained to Han Shuo. Candide's knowledge was limited, but the fact that Tiana was the protector of Kasi Empire still allowed Han Shuo to understand her origins. Brian, you're saying that you already possess the same strength as Statholm, Tiana, and the others? After a while, Candide looked at Han Shuo in a daze and suddenly asked. Just now, Han Shuo said that he had fought alongside the old demon Statholm, and did not conceal the matter of the soul race. Candide naturally understood a fact: Han Shuo and Statholm were characters of the same level. There was nothing to conceal about this. Han Shuo nodded and calmly admitted, I believe that I possess that so-called demigod strength. Unimaginable, too unimaginable. Candide was somewhat incoherent as he muttered, Madame Grace's astrology is indeed miraculous. No wonder it's said that you can bring a new future to Lancelot Empire. With an existence like you staying in Lancelot Empire, any nation will become stronger. I don't know if it's stronger or not, but Statholm won't appear in the 7 Grand Duchies for the time being. The Brute Merchant Alliance has just lost the sacred Magus of Lightning, Reynold, and the Tanai magical beast of Tarag Canyon is roaming about everywhere disturbing the people. There's also a group of soul race clansmen of unknown origin. I reckon that he won't have the time to deal with other matters for the time being. This is the best time for us to dispatch troops to the 7 Grand Duchies. Whether or not Lancelot Empire can swallow up the 7 Grand Duchies will depend on this. Han Shuo said to Candide, brimming with ambition, Brian, go see His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty will definitely support you with all his might. After hearing Han Shuo's description, Candide immediately urged Han Shuo. It seemed that he was also somewhat impatient. Nodding his head, Han Shuo confirmed the identity of the fourth Dark Sun envoy from Candide. Without notifying Emily, he directly went to the Imperial Palace through the transportation matrix used by the highest-ranking members of the Dark Mantle headquarters. "Brian, you brat, you've disappeared for 3 years. You've finally reappeared." Hearing that Han Shuo was seeking an audience, Lawrence, who was already the king of Lancelot Empire, personally came to greet Han Shuo. He immediately laughed heartily when he saw Han Shuo. Compared to 3 years ago, Lawrence had more of the majesty of a king who held the life and death of others. He had also become more mature and experienced. His originally clean lips were purposefully trimmed with a beard, and his eyes constantly sparkled with the radiance of wisdom. "Your Majesty, long time no see." Han Shuo came forward with a faint smile. He waited until he reached Lawrence's side before saying, "Your Majesty, let's talk in private. Everyone withdraw." Lawrence waved his hand for all the guards to withdraw. He then pulled Han Shuo back into the Great Hall, chuckling as he said, "When there are no outsiders, we are still good friends. Hee, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me this time?" "I've come this time to give you a great gift," Han Shuo said with a smile. "Oh, what kind of gift?" Lawrence asked with interest. "The 7 Grand Duchies," Han Shuo lightly shouted. Lawrence's body trembled, his eyes bursting with a cold light that normal people wouldn't dare look directly at. He said to Han Shuo with some excitement, "Brian, are you confident?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo recounted the conversation he'd had with Candide earlier to Lawrence. When Han Shuo finished, Lawrence's entire body trembled, and he tightly grasped Han Shuo's hands. He looked at Han Shuo with fiery eyes and asked incredulously, "Boo! Brian, you're saying that you already possess the strength of a demigod?" "That's right," Han Shuo said affirmatively. Good, good, good." Lawrence threw his head back and laughed maniacally. After saying "good" 3 times, he laughed heartily and said, "After our ancestor Ermite Cotton, our Lancelot Empire finally has another demigod expert. Haha, from today onwards, who would dare to ignore the existence of our Lancelot Empire's experts?" "Don't be too happy too early. I've just said that demigod existences aren't the strongest experts on the continent. Besides, I'm not the only demigod existence. Kasi Empire's Tiana is one as well. As the headquarters of the Church of Light, Odin Empire has more than one demigod existence." Han Shuo hastily poured cold water on Lawrence when he saw that he was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He was afraid that Lawrence would become too reliant on him. I know. Lawrence's voice was high as he excitedly said, "Of course I know. But with you and Lancelot Empire, I'm more confident. I've long had the intention of conquering the Brute Merchant Alliance and Kasi Empire, but I've always put it on hold due to various misgivings. But now our Lancelot Empire can really go all out." "Alright, I think you're not someone without a sense of propriety. Let's start with the 7 Grand Duchies. Among the 7 Grand Duchies, the Helen Duchy and the Bullet Duchy have already secretly contacted me. As long as we act discreetly this time, without the old monster Statholm coming out to stir things up, taking down the 7 Grand Duchies in one fell swoop is in the bag," Han Shuo said in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll give you my full support, whether it's military force or material resources. Tell me, what do you need? I'll use the strength of the entire empire to help you." Lawrence was extremely straightforward. It seemed that he was determined to keep Han Shuo firmly under control. "To be honest, mobilizing troops for war isn't my strong suit," Han Shuo replied with a wry smile. He thought for a moment before continuing, "As for how to attack the 7 Grand Duchies, I'll leave it to you all to discuss. But it'd be best if the commander-in-chief for this matter is Dorcas. That fellow has been roaming around the 7 Grand Duchies for the past few years, and is extremely familiar with the circumstances of the 7 Grand Duchies. In addition, he's extremely adept at commanding troops. I believe it's most appropriate for him to be the commander-in-chief." "No problem. I'll make arrangements for this matter. Don't worry, without Statholm's obstruction this time, The 7 Grand Duchies will definitely find it hard to resist the iron hooves of our Lancelot Empire, Lawrence said to Han Shuo, brimming with confidence. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. I think you also need some time to prepare, so I'll be leaving first. This time I haven't had the time to see my women. If I don't find them immediately, I reckon they'll complain about me again, Han Shuo said to Lawrence with a smile, knowingly winking at Han Shuo. Lawrence said with an understanding smile, I understand. Go repay your debt of gentleness. Oh, that's right, your mansion has been renovated and all the servants are still there. Phoebe, Fanny, and the others will also stay there for a few days from time to time. Don't forget that you still have a home in Ocean City. Last time, during the chaos in Ocean City, the mansions of many great nobles had been turned into ashes in a single night. Han Shuo's Count Mansion had also suffered heavy damage. Originally, Han Shuo had thought that the mansion was completely destroyed. However, it seemed that Lawrence really valued Han Shuo and had actually helped him renovate it. Thank you, Your Majesty, Han Shuo replied. He didn't say anything else and left the palace. A demigod expert. Madame Grace is truly an admirable astrologer. Brian, you really are my lucky star, Lawrence muttered ruefully after Han Shuo left. Chapter 464. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed in his mansion in Ocean City. Fanny and Phoebe came over upon hearing the news and enjoyed the rare time they spent together with Han Shuo. During this time, Emily would also come to Han Shuo's mansion every time she finished dealing with the Dark Mantle's matters. She never mentioned the matter of Han Shuo giving her the origin crystal of darkness. Han Shuo was truly incomparably comfortable these few days. Every single one of the 3 women was a lovely wife that any ordinary man could only dream of. After not seeing each other for 3 years and finally getting together with great difficulty, they all deliberately accompanied Han Shuo in his happiness. Among them, Phoebe and Emily, who had long had intimate relations with Han Shuo, were even more lingering and entangled with Han Shuo. In the carnal realm, Han Shuo's various desires were uncontrollable. His control over his lust had also greatly decreased. For the past few days, he had been fooling around with Phoebe and Emily all day long. In the beginning, Phoebe and Emily were alone with Han Shuo. Later on, when Han Shuo found it difficult to control his lust, he no longer cared about whether the two were shy or not. After sleeping together for a while, the 2 women gradually let go of the knot in their hearts and began to work together to serve Han Shuo. The pleasure of a man and 2 women had a different flavor. Phoebe and Emily, who were originally a little estranged from each other, actually became more and more tacit as they worked together. Their relationship also became more and more intimate. In the carnal realm, Han Shuo was never tired of doing such absurd things. When he discovered that it was beneficial to the relationship between the 2 women, he frequently ravaged the 2 women. During this process, Han Shuo discovered that his state of mind in the carnal realm had unknowingly calmed and stabilized. Every time his lust was released, his demonic yuan would become richer and more profound. The only thing that made Han Shuo a little regretful was Fanny. Perhaps it was because she was shy, or perhaps it was because of Ferenza's restraint. Every time Han Shuo tried to break through the last line of defense to possess Fanny, Fanny would always blush and say that Ferenza would not allow her to lose her chastity before marriage. That old fart, he's a little too nosy. Han Shuo had lost count of how many times he had cursed Ferenza in his heart. If Han Shuo was proficient in the dark magic of curses, Ferenza would have long been cursed to death by Han Shuo. Brian, you are not allowed to say such things about my father. You already have Emily and Phoebe. The 2 of them are not enough for you to. Panting, Fanny pushed Han Shuo away. Her clothes were half undone and her breasts were slightly exposed. Her bright eyes were misty with lust as she blushed shyly. Fanny was, after all, a little too shy and could not bring herself to finish her last sentence. Han Shuo's lower body was high and ready to strike. His face was flushed and he was panting heavily like a beast in heat. He gnashed his teeth and cursed Ferenza for being a bastard. Seeing that Fanny had pushed him away at the most crucial moment, Han Shuo had no choice but to pull up his pants. He pondered whether he should immediately leave this place and find Emily and Phoebe to relieve his lust. At this moment, Han Shua's demonic yuan reacted in an extremely chaotic manner. Han Shua immediately turned pale with fright. This kind of situation had not happened for a long time. This sudden occurrence caused Han Shua to be somewhat at a loss. The more Han Shua forcefully suppressed the naked desire in his heart for Fanny, the more chaotic the demonic yuan became. Even the demonic infant felt a sense of insecurity. Oh no! Han Shua cursed inwardly. He had already understood what was going on. In the carnal realm, only when one's heart's desires were completely released would one be able to advance in both realm and demonic yuan. On the contrary, once Han Shua restrained his desires that went against his heart, his realm would regress instead of advancing. For the past few days, Han Shua had restrained himself several times on Fanny's body. He had already vaguely felt that something was wrong. Now that the demonic yuan in his body was in chaos, Han Shua naturally reacted immediately. Han Shua himself was well aware of how strong his desire to possess Fanny was. The more Fanny rejected him, the more violent that strong desire became. Especially when Fanny herself was somewhat unable to restrain herself and was almost succeeded by Han Shua time and time again, the desire in Han Shua's heart increased exponentially. After this happened a few times, Han Shua finally suffered the consequences of his own actions. He felt that he was gradually losing control of the demonic yuan in his body. The more Han Shua wanted to let go and leave this place, the worse his body's condition became. For a character of Han Shua's level, it was truly difficult for an average person to harm him. Apart from a few elusive true gods, only Han Shua himself could destroy himself. Feeling the tumultuous changes in his body, Han Shua struggled fiercely in his heart. Perhaps he would suffer from chi deviation and suffer heavy injuries, or perhaps he would possess Fanny to calm the chaos in his heart. Han Shua endured the increasingly unfavorable changes in his body. His face was flushed red to the ears, and he clenched his teeth in hesitation. Brian, what's wrong? Fanny had obviously also discovered that Han Shua's condition was far from good. Disregarding her half-exposed breasts, she hastily rushed to Han Shua's side and reached out to caress Han Shua's forehead, which was drenched in cold sweat. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Damn it, Fanny is my woman. It doesn't matter if I want her sooner or later. How can Forenza interfere in my affairs? After pondering for a moment, Han Shua no longer dilly-dallied. He suddenly embraced Fanny. While Fanny's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do, Han Shua panted as he moved his lips close to Fanny's little ears and quickly explained the current situation to Fanny. When Han Shua finished explaining, Fanny's breathing quickened. She was similarly panting as she asked, Brian, is what you said true? You're not joking. You have to do it with us so that you won't be in so much pain? I'm really not joking. This is the peculiarity of my martial technique. Han Shua explained to Fanny with a bitter smile while panting heavily. Amorous feelings gradually filled her bright eyes. Fanny no longer resisted and took the initiative to undress in front of Han Shua. Her perfectly proportioned body was slowly exposed in front of Han Shua. Her curvaceous body was like a beautiful jade that exuded an enchanting radiance. Han Shua looked at Fanny in front of him, intoxicated. Brian, what are you waiting for? The corner of Fanny's mouth hooked into a faint smile. In Han Shua's eyes it was so charming, so delicate, so irresistible. Without any hesitation, Han Shua pulled with his large hands. Fanny's alluring naked body that resembled that of a goddess completely fell into Han Shua's broad chest. At this moment, the demonic yuan within Han Shua's body no longer ran amok, and the demonic infant suddenly quieted down. Brian, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Fanny's bashful appearance was incomparably beautiful. She suddenly hugged Han Shua's back tightly and cried out a little nervously. Don't worry, you won't feel a bit of pain. Han Shua promised gently. Soon after, he abruptly lifted Fanny up and scuttled onto the wide, soft bed like a cheetah. An enchanting moan mixed with Han Shua's beast-like panting immediately reverberated in the room, like an incomparably moving song of nature. Little wench, you've been dealt with just the same. In another room, Phoebe, who was practicing with her sword, suddenly stopped and listened attentively for a while before murmuring, Hee, I knew she wouldn't be able to escape from that little pervert's evil hands. Emily had just returned from a day's work in the dark mantle. She walked into Phoebe's practice room and spoke to her with a charming smile. That's true. I'm just disdainful of her persistence. She's so pure. It's like she's setting off how slutty the two of us are. Phoebe finally voiced out the reason for her dissatisfaction. It looked like this was what she was dissatisfied with. Hee, little sister Phoebe, don't talk nonsense. You're the only one who's slutty, don't drag me into this with you, alright? Emily laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth. She winked and purposefully teased Phoebe. You're still talking. Phoebe's face was so embarrassed that it looked like it had been smeared with red dye. She angrily rushed at Emily and put down the longsword in her hand to tickle Emily. She retorted, "You're not slutty? Then who was the one who used your mouth yesterday and enjoyed it so much?" "Damn, sister, I'll tear your mouth apart." Emily, who had been laughing delicately, was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in after hearing Phoebe's words. The two of them immediately blushed and playfully fought with each other. However, they were mostly joking and naturally didn't use any real strength. "Oh!" Fanny's slightly shrill moan suddenly fell into the two's ears. The movements of the two women who were still fooling around suddenly froze. This loud moan signified Fanny's defeat. The two women were very clear in their hearts. Soon after, the two of them seemed to think of something at the same time and immediately blushed. They could clearly feel each other's body temperature rising. Emily licked the corner of her rosy mouth and suddenly suggested, "I'm sure that Brian definitely hasn't finished. Why don't we go find him and pull Fanny in as well?" "Hey, you still say that you're not slutty, but that you're always coming up with some dirty ideas." Phoebe cursed in a low voice and then said in an even smaller voice, "That's right. I really want to see what that girl Fanny looks like now." "All right, let's go find him," Emily suggested boldly and immediately pulled Phoebe into Han Shua's room. "Hee, just in time to accompany me." When Han Shua saw the two women come in, he immediately laughed heartily. The room was immediately filled with boundless spring scenery. That kind of erotic moan that made one's heart itch once again reverberated. Chapter 465. Time passed quickly. Han Shua enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives, and his inner desires were fully released. His demonic arts no longer showed any signs of chi deviation, but instead became increasingly profound. Apart from King Lawrence and a few members of the Dark Mantle, no one else knew that Han Shua had returned to Audiobook City. Therefore, in the past few days, Han Shua had been enjoying himself with the three women in his own mansion. There were no nobles who deliberately tried to curry favor with him. Happy times were ultimately short-lived. When Emily came over again and told Han Shua that Lawrence was ready to attack the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shua had no choice but to leave Audiobook City once again. Fortunately, the spatial magic matrix connecting Audiobook City and Brettel City had already been completed. The three women were all noble characters and could easily use the transportation matrix to travel back and forth. Therefore, Han Shua's departure didn't cause the three women to feel intense sadness. After communicating with Lawrence Candide, Han Shua left Audiobook City and returned to Brettel City. As soon as he arrived at Brettel City, Han Shua learned from Dorcas and the others that Brettel City's preparations were complete. They only needed to wait for the Empire's reinforcements to arrive before they could directly attack the 7 Grand Duchies. Leading troops into battle wasn't Han Shua's strong suit. He had given all the military authority to Dorcas. After so many years, Dorcas had fully proven his ability to lead troops on the stage of Brettel City. All the soldiers of Brettel City willingly submitted to his leadership. Senior brother. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Balins respectfully saluted in front of the door. "Why are you here?" Han Shua was a little surprised to see Balins. After exclaiming softly, he couldn't help but carefully size up Balins. After 3 years, Balins's murderous aura and bloody stench had completely disappeared. Han Shua understood that this wasn't a sign that Balins didn't have any achievements on the god-slaying devil path. On the contrary, from the aura Han Shua sensed from Balins's body, he understood that the former had successfully cultivated the god-slaying devil path to a realm where his murderous aura was restrained. At this realm, Balins was proficient in using murderous aura. When he wasn't fighting an enemy, His murderous aura wouldn't leak out at all. Compared to his previous state of dense murderous aura, this kind of restrained murderous aura showed that his progress was extremely fast. Senior brother, for the past 3 years, I've been roaming around various battlefields. I've used the martial techniques you taught me to secretly absorb the scattered murderous aura, then digesting and controlling it according to the method you taught me. For the past 3 years, senior brother has been cultivating without a trace, so I haven't seen you. Some time ago, I learned that senior brother had appeared in Brettel City, so I specially rushed over. When Balins faced Han Shua, his expression was respectful and his attitude humble. He was even more attentive than when he served his former master, Corel. Han Shua knew that this was because he could give him something that Corel could never give him. However, 3 years had passed. From the thick and restrained aura on Balin's body, Han Shua could be sure that his cultivation of the god-slaying devil path had been fruitful. Compared to his strength as a great swordmaster in the past, the current Balins had become quite terrifying. Follow me. Han Shua nodded and instructed Balins. He went straight to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at a training field in the city lord's mansion, Han Shua stomped his feet and looked at Balins. He instructed, "Attack me with all your strength. Let me see your progress in the past 3 years." Yes. Balin slowly unsheathed the longsword on his body inch by inch. A thick murderous aura was gradually released, just like the unsheathed sword in his hand. As the longsword was unsheathed inch by inch, the murderous aura on his body grew sharper and stronger. Faintly, an abnormal crazed look appeared in Balins's eyes. The god-slaying devil path was a pure demonic art of slaughter. The deeper one was immersed in this aspect, the more terrifying the murderous aura would be once it leaked out. It could even affect the cultivator's body. Han Shua had a deep understanding of the god-slaying devil path. The reason why he taught Balins was so that Balins could become another sharp sword in his hand. Now that he saw the crazed look in Balins's eyes, Han Shua was not alarmed. Instead, he was delighted. He understood that Balin's cultivation of the god-slaying devil path was progressing well. Under Han Shua's watchful eyes, Balins unsheathed the longsword in his hand inch by inch. At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura, so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear the air apart, suddenly erupted from Balins's body. Hundreds and thousands of sword shadows were like pythons spitting out sharp murderous aura. They were as soft as silk as they entangled Han Shua. Han Shua opened his left hand. Demonic yuan circulated and condensed into a ghostly face. Initially, the ghostly face was only the size of a palm. However, when Balins's hundreds and thousands of sword shadows were pushed forward by the murderous aura, the ghostly face had already blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of Balins's sword shadows. The fingers of Han Shua's left hand were twisted into the shape of a hook. It was as if thousands of invisible threads were connected to the ghostly face. The movements of his fingers manipulated the ferocious might of the ghostly face, causing the ghostly face to sweep through the air towards Balins like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Before Balins could react, the ghostly face had already swallowed Balins whole with its bloody mouth. While Balins was in a state of panic, the ghostly face suddenly exploded and vanished completely in the blink of an eye. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Only Han Shua remained unruffled, standing where he was with a faint smile on his face. After waking up from his panic, the crazed look in Balins's eyes gradually disappeared. He respectfully kowtowed towards Han Shua and said, "Senior's martial arts have indeed reached the acme of perfection. Very good. To be able to progress to this stage in just 3 years, this shows that you have worked hard." From Balins's previous attack, Han Shua understood that Han Shua's strength had improved rapidly. By profound continence standards, the current Han Shua should be able to contend against a newly advanced sacred swordsman. "Master, you have returned." Suddenly, Elizabeth's voice sounded from afar. After a short while, Elizabeth appeared before Han Shua. "Senior, what was that martial technique just now? Was that malevolent ghostly face real or fake?" Balins was extremely interested in Han Shua's previous attack, and paid no attention to Elizabeth. He only stared at Han Shua and asked, "That was formed using demonic yuan. Hee as for whether it's real or fake, you can figure it out yourself. When your control of killing intent reaches a certain realm, you will also be able to condense killing intent. At that time you will understand. Han Shuo explained smilingly. He paused for a moment and suddenly approached Balance. Before Balance could react, Han Shuo suddenly pressed his hand on Balance's head. Some basic knowledge regarding demonic arts flowed from Han Shuo's palm into Balance's head. When his demonic arts had reached the separate demonic realm, Han Shuo could separate memories. Now it was incomparably easy. The demonic arts knowledge that Han Shuo had poured into Balance's mind was only the most common knowledge of demonic arts practitioners, such as the theory of chi deviation, some of the wondrous abilities of demonic arts practitioners, and some of the drawbacks of mental cultivation. This knowledge was something that every demonic arts practitioner should understand. Han Shuo was worried that Balance would be too eager for quick results and not understand the rules of demonic arts training, falling into an inextricable state of madness. Therefore, he had imparted this basic knowledge to him, lest he lose control of himself and turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. All right, comprehend this knowledge well. Han Shuo stopped and looked at Balance. Thank you, Senior. I will never forget Senior's great kindness. Balance was moved to tears and immediately kowtowed to Han Shuo. His expression sincere and excited. All right, all you need to do is train well. Han Shuo said with a smile. Honorable Master, you must help me, you must help me. Suddenly, Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud cries sounded from outside. Gilbert appeared to be unprecedentedly anxious. Dark Dragon, what's going on? Han Shuo stared blankly at the Dark Dragon Gilbert who'd rushed in. He didn't know what had made him so nervous. Master. I, Dark Dragon Gilbert, am the most honorable and great master. You must help me. Otherwise, my grandfather, and even our entire tribe of dark dragons will be finished. Gilbert's panic was somewhat baffling. When he arrived in front of Han Shuo, he immediately knelt down with a thud, completely different from his usual sloppy manner. Han Shuo frowned and said in a low voice, Get up and tell me what's going on? Master, if you don't agree to help me, I won't get up. Gilbert's expression was resolute as he looked deeply at Han Shuo and pleaded. For so many years, Dark Dragon Gilbert had gone through fire and water with him and had never gone against his will. Especially in the forbidden area of the Dark Forest, he had almost died for him. Han Shuo understood all of this. Gilbert must have encountered an extremely difficult problem, which was why he was behaving so differently from his usual self. Han Shuo didn't hesitate for too long after he said these words. He immediately nodded and said, Get up, I'll agree to your request. No matter what, I will help you. Thank you, Master. The Dark Dragon said gratefully, then stood up and hurriedly explained to Han Shuo. My grandfather left me a draconic bone that he made from his own bones. Through this draconic bone, even if I'm here, I can still hear my grandfather's teachings. All along, my grandfather has said that our tribe of dark dragons will face a great calamity. If our tribe cannot avert the danger, we will forever be erased from the underground world. I've always thought that my grandfather was just being an alarmist, but just this morning my grandfather sent a message through the draconic bone, saying that a calamity is coming for our tribe. He told me to never return to the underground world, and to stay as far away from it as possible. My grandfather even left behind his last words. I know that something very frightening is about to happen to our tribe of dark dragons. Or perhaps it has already happened. Master, I beg you to save our tribe of dark dragons. After speaking, Dark Dragon Gilbert once again knelt at Han Shuo's feet. His eyes filled with the desire to help as he looked at Han Shuo. I've already promised you. Han Shuo helped Dark Dragon Gilbert up and said, I don't know if I can help you, but I will make a trip to the underground world with you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I know that with Master's help, our tribe of dark dragons will definitely be able to avert the danger. Gilbert said hastily. Balance, follow Dorcas in secret and temporarily protect him in place of Gilbert. Elizabeth, you stay in the city and assist Dick in taking care of Brettel City's safety. Han Shuo instructed the two. Logically speaking, Han Shuo shouldn't be running around in the face of a great battle. However, the relationship between Dark Dragon Gilbert and Han Shuo wasn't as simple as that of a master and servant. Now that the Dark Dragon tribe was facing a calamity, and with Gilbert pleading like this, Han Shuo really couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Fortunately, the guardian god of the 7 Grand Duchies, Old Monster Statholm, couldn't even protect himself and wouldn't appear in the 7 Grand Duchies during this period of time. In addition, Statholm had made an agreement with Han Shuo beforehand. The absence of Han Shuo, who wasn't adept at leading troops, didn't seem to have much of an impact on the overall situation in a large-scale battle of this scale. Therefore, after making his decision, Han Shuo immediately summoned Dorcas, Jack, and the others and explained a few things in detail. My lord, don't worry. With the full support of the Empire, as well as the secret support of the Helen Duchy and Ballet Duchy, I have the confidence to take down the 7 Grand Duchies. Dorcas was full of confidence. The light of ambition in his eyes wasn't concealed in the slightest in front of Han Shuo. You brat, you're not in Brettel City all year round. Actually, Brettel City can still function without you. Jack was the only one in Brettel City who dared to speak so carelessly to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was speechless. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, You damned little fatty, if you can't bring up Brettel City's economy, I definitely won't let you off. Heh. Look at how prosperous Brettel City is now in my hands. You won't have a chance. Jack laughed proudly. Oh right. Han Shuo suddenly thought of something and immediately instructed Dorcas, when attacking the 7 Grand Duchies, treat the people of each duchy well. Don't kill the innocent. Don't worry, my lord, I know what to do, Dorcas assured. Then I'm relieved. Han Shuo glanced at the anxious Dark Dragon Gilbert and said, Let's go. I'll go with you to the underground world. Therefore, from Gilbert's words, Han Shuo could basically rule out the possibility that they had encountered a fatal threat in the second layer. The third layer of the underground world was an incomparably mysterious area. From Gilbert's words, it seemed that no living creature knew what kind of creatures lived in the lower layers. Legend had it that there was indeed a passageway from the second layer to the third layer of the underground world. However, very few creatures knew of the existence of this passageway, and the super-ranked magical beasts that were fortunate enough to pass through the passageway and enter the third layer had never returned. Therefore, no one or any creature could truly understand the situation in the lowest layer of the underground world. After passing through the narrow passageway, Gilbert led Han Shuo for a long time before they arrived at an area filled with mountain ridges. This was a huge gorge. At a glance, there were undulating mountain ridges of uneven heights everywhere. From afar, it looked as if there were giant dragons entrenched here. There's the smell of blood. Once Han Shuo arrived at this area, his sensitive nose immediately picked up the faint scent of blood. Dark Dragon Gilbert's eyes immediately reddened as he cried excitedly, Grandpa, I'm back. Gilbert is back. Gilbert's voice reverberated endlessly in Tanai, containing a touching emotion. As he cried, he charged towards Tanai, and Han Shuo hurriedly followed him. Go back. From the deepest part of the gorge, an old furious roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with unconcealable fear. Grandpa, it's my grandpa's voice. Gilbert was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly said to Han Shuo, My grandpa is still here, he's fine. But I think some of your clansmen have already died. Han Shuo shouted softly. He grabbed Dark Dragon Gilbert and suddenly sped up, charging towards Tanai like a bolt of lightning. On the back of a mountain ridge beneath their feet, the corpse of a nearly 30-meter-long dark dragon was exposed. Han Shuo and Gilbert flew in the air. When they looked down, they could see that this dark dragon's body had been cut by a sharp weapon. There were terrible wounds all over its body. Uncle Trace. Gilbert obviously recognized the dead dark dragon as he roared furiously, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. However, this dark dragon wasn't the only corpse. As they flew in the direction of the gorge, 3 more dark dragon corpses appeared beneath their feet. These 3 dark dragons must have suffered cruel torture before they died. Each corpse was riddled with wounds, and one had even been chopped into 3 pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Gilbert recognized all 4 of these dead dark dragons, especially the huge dark dragon that had died in the most miserable state. Gilbert almost fainted from grief and indignation. When Dark Dragon Gilbert saw this corpse, he couldn't help but wail loudly. Because that was Dark Dragon Gilbert's father. Bastard! Run! Run quickly! A crazed howl that sounded like it was dripping blood came from the distant canyon. It mixed with Gilbert's mournful cries, causing Han Shua's heart to freeze to the extreme. He had the urge to kill the perpetrator by dismembering him into 1,000 pieces. Even if Han Shua didn't use his consciousness to spy on the situation inside, he could still sense a few icy auras. One of them was especially tyrannical. Han Shua even vaguely felt that it was somewhat similar to that of the water divine Magus Tiana. When this feeling arose in Han Shua's heart, his desire to kill grew even stronger. Let's go. Let's go to the gorge and see what's going on first. Han Shua grabbed Dark Dragon Gilbert. Ignoring Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud wails, he flew towards the gorge with a gloomy face. Another one. TSK, interesting. A disdainful cold sneer suddenly came from the depths of the gorge. I'm going to kill them, I'm going to kill them. No matter who they are, I'm going to kill them. Dark Dragon Gilbert kept repeating these words as he wailed. His usual carefree attitude had long since disappeared. At this moment, apart from grief and indignation, Gilbert probably only had bone-piercing hatred left in his heart. Finally, Han Shua pulled Dark Dragon Gilbert along and arrived at the largest gorge. The first thing that entered Han Shua's eyes was a huge, spotlessly white cage made of some unknown material. Inside the cage were 17 dark dragons with skin as dark as ink who had already taken human form. There were old and young people among them, and they all wore collars around their necks like dogs. All of them had bloodstains on their bodies from being whipped. Even a young female dark dragon was the same. Blood still flowed from the bloodstains on her cheeks, as if she had just been whipped. Surrounding the cage were 6 people dressed in clothes as white as snow. Their attire was very similar, and every one of their expressions was icy cold, carrying a natural indifference and ruthlessness. One of them, a handsome middle-aged man with a face as if carved from a blade, looked at Han Shua and Gilbert with a cold smile, his hands clasped behind his back. The aura on his body was somewhat similar to Tiana's, and he was also the most powerful existence here, a demigod existence. There's another little worm. The handsome middle-aged man looked at Gilbert as if he was looking at a pet, with a natural sense of superiority. Only after he finished speaking did he look Han Shua up and down, and asked, "Who are you? You know Tiana, don't you?" Han Shua answered with a question instead. Including the handsome middle-aged man, the expressions of the 6 people dressed in snow white changed slightly. The middle-aged man who was the leader frowned and said, "You actually know of my little junior sister's existence. Who are you? Who are you people?" Han Shua's heart suddenly jolted, and he immediately shouted, "We are from the Shrine of Ice. I am Ice Celestial Cory. Since you know my little junior sister, Snow Celestial Tiana, who are you? Are you friend or foe?" Cory, the Ice Celestial of the Shrine of Ice, asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Han Shua. Chapter 467. Like the Church of Light, the Shrine of Ice was also a relatively well-known religious organization on Profound Continent. The Shrine of Ice worshipped the Ice Goddess. Although this church's influence was not as great as that of the Church of Light, it was not to be belittled. The Shrine of Ice was the state religion of Kasi Empire. The Shrine of Ice was located on top of the coldest snowy mountain in Kasi Empire. Tiana, as the protector of Kasi Empire, was unexpectedly from the Shrine of Ice, and the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice at that. Han Shua only understood these secrets from Cory. However, even Candide of the Dark Mantle didn't know these things. It seemed that this Shrine of Ice was rather mysterious. By now, Han Shua finally understood why Tiana would plot against him. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had always been close. As the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice, it was only natural that Tiana would frame them for the Church of Light. In front of Han Shua, a group of Shrine of Ice members, led by Ice Celestial Cory, were watching Han Shua vigilantly. Among them, Cory was the strongest, roughly on par with Han Shua in strength. The other 5 emanated icy auras, roughly at the level of sacred grade experts. The strength of this group was by no means weak. They would be a force that no one would dare to ignore in any country. It made sense. This was the second layer of the underground world. For them to dare to slaughter in the territory of dark dragons, they naturally had to possess a certain level of strength. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo began to understand why Lawrence was so happy when he learned that Han Shuo possessed demigod strength. Odin Empire had the Church of Light, and Kasi Empire had the Shrine of Ice. Generally speaking, religious organizations like these controlled terrifying experts. The reason why Lancelot Empire hadn't dared to go on expeditions for so many years was probably because they were apprehensive of the existence of those people. Soon after, another doubt surfaced in Han Shuo's mind. Judging from the strength displayed by Kasi Empire, they had completely suppressed Lancelot Empire. Why hadn't Kasi Empire invaded Lancelot Empire for so many years? With just the Snow Goddess and the Ice Goddess before he became a demigod, who in Lancelot Empire could stop them? Apart from that, there was also the Brute Merchant Alliance and the Angela Empire. Both of them had the support of powerful experts. Even the 7 Grand Duchies had the demigod Old Monster Statholm. If so, why had the Lancelot Empire remained unscathed for so many years? What do you mean? Just as Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, Ice God shouted again. The bone-chilling sword in his hand was already unsheathed. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to his senses. He then turned his head to look at Dark Dragon Gilbert, only to see that Gilbert was currently being cursed at by a thin and weak little old man in the cage behind Corey with tearful eyes. This little old man should be Gilbert's grandfather, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons, Gilgs. Although his tone was vile and angry, his anxious expression showed his concern. Gilbert turned a deaf ear to his grandfather's curses. He just glared at Ice Celestial Corey with a pair of eyes filled with bone-piercing hatred. Even though he did not practice the god-slaying devil path, the killing intent emanating from his body was still incomparably intense. It was a bloodthirsty desire to destroy everything. Nothing. Han Shuo coldly snorted. He opened his hand and 5 dark rays shot out from his fingers, heading straight for the spotlessly white cage imprisoning the dark dragons. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Corey, who was standing beside the cage, did not make a move to intercept the attack. He merely wore a sneer of ridicule on his face as he looked at Han Shuo disdainfully. The other 5 also had the same expression. The way they looked at Han Shuo made Han Shuo extremely unhappy. However, Han Shuo soon found out why he had such a disdainful expression. Han Shuo's 5 rays of light did not encounter any obstruction from Corey and the other 5. They directly bombarded the surface of the cage that was as spotlessly white as snow. Only a few clanging sounds could be heard. The cage remained unscathed under Han Shuo's bombardment. Han Shuo was stunned. He knew very well how terrifying the impact force contained in those 5 rays of light was. Even the hardest iron and stone would be pulverized. However, the cage remained unscathed under Han Shuo's attack. This was clearly beyond Han Shuo's expectations. This is a cage blessed by the Snow Goddess. If you can break it, we'll turn around and run. Ice Celestial Corey sneered as he looked at Han Shuo. He pointed the ice-cold longsword in his hand at Han Shuo and said, "It seems that you are the enemy." As soon as Corey's words fell, the 5 beside him simultaneously left the cage, as though they were not afraid of the cage being broken. Each and every one of them spread out with cold and detached expressions. They were probably prepared to make Han Shuo and Dark Dragon Gilbert stay behind. Among the 6, Ice Celestial Corey was the strongest. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should be a magic swordsman. The long sword in his hand contained an enormous aura of ice. This kind of aura was mixed with pure and chilly divine energy. It was astonishingly similar to the divine energy of the Temple Knights of the Church of Light. These so-called churches were all like this. With devotion to the gods they believed in, they could always borrow some divine energy from their gods. Even if it was only a small portion of divine energy, it was enough for them to surpass their own shackles and possess power unimaginable to ordinary people. Seeing that the 6 fellows from the Shrine of Ice were slowly trying to surround him, Han Shuo couldn't help but frown. If it was only Ice Celestial Corey, Han Shuo wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, Han Shuo was extremely confident in himself. However, if the 5 sacred grade experts were to be added to the mix, Han Shuo would have some trouble dealing with them. Among the other 5, 2 of them were water sacred magi. At this moment, they had already begun to chant incantations. All of a sudden, the second layer of the underground world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. A bone-chilling coldness pervaded the entire region in the blink of an eye. Friend, no matter who you are, don't even think of leaving safely today. Corey listened to the chanting of his subordinates as he advanced step by step towards Han Shuo. The long sword in his hand was gradually covered in a layer of ice that was as bright and resplendent as a diamond. This layer of ice contained an incomparably chilling aura. Ganging up on me. Chapter 468. The 3 evil knights that had been refined by Han Shuo previously had armor that shone as bright as mirrors. Each of them wielded extremely long sharp bone spurs that emanated a dense aura of death. They charged at the very front. The fire-breathing warhorses beneath the evil knights were extremely tall and large. The evil knights wielding the enormous bone spurs were also incomparably valiant. They charged head-on towards Corey's party, the aura of death rippling out endlessly. Behind the 3 evil knights were another 5 evil knights that had not been refined by demonic arts, followed by the Mummy Lord and the Bone Devil. As for the 5 eccentric elite zombies, the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie used their innate abilities to conceal themselves in the depths of the earth, and the other to vanish into a strange plant. The Fire Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie mixed in with the zombie warriors that were lucky enough to survive. They slowly spread out and surrounded Corey's party. Corey's eyes were like lightning. The icy sword in his hand that was covered in a layer of diamond ice continuously emitted a bone-chilling aura. Without waiting for the 3 evil knights to approach, Corey suddenly let out a cold snort and fiercely brandished the long sword in his hand. Colorless fighting aura mixed with a chilling aura flew out from the long sword, aiming straight for the 3 evil knights riding their fire-breathing warhorses. The originally colorless fighting aura, which could freeze any ordinary creature, immediately converged at the location of the colorless fighting aura. The originally colorless and formless fighting aura shot out explosively, instantly absorbing the cold air and transforming it into an enormous icicle that sparkled with cold light. Infused with an unstoppable fighting aura, the icicle flew straight towards the 3 evil knights. Standing beside Dark Dragon Gilbert, the corners of Han Shuo's mouth hooked into a sneer. He suddenly disappeared, and when his body reappeared, he was already standing proudly in the air in front of the 3 evil knights. He fiercely punched down from above. Like a red dragon shooting out from Han Shuo's hand, Han Shuo's fist pulsated with fiery red demonic flames under the activation of the mystical glacial spellfire. It carried scorching light and heat as it struck the center of the enormous icicle. Creak! A crisp sound of ice shattering resounded. Due to the effect of Han Shuo's ferocious strength, the devil flame, which resembled a thin dragon, directly smashed a large hole into the icicle. Soon after, the high heat of the devil flame was released, evaporating the icicle along with Corey's invisible do chi. Your opponent is me. Han Shuo strode across the void, approaching the ice god of the Shrine of Ice step by step. Blazing flames burned fiercely in both of his hands. The scorching heat that could incinerate everything intertwined with the ever-present cold currents, evaporating into droplets of water that drizzled down. You, who exactly are you? After a single strike, Ice Celestial Corey of the Shrine of Ice finally realized just how powerful Han Shuo was. He shouted with fear in his heart. Even if Han Shuo didn't deliberately use his consciousness to spy on Han Shuo, he could still sense Corey's true strength from such a short distance. However, although Corey was extremely powerful, he didn't possess such miraculous demonic arts as Han Shuo. Therefore, from the very beginning, Corey had never considered Han Shuo as an opponent on the same level. After all, demigod existences were extremely rare on the entire profound continent. This time, Corey had come prepared from the Shrine of Ice. He had brought along practically every top-notch expert of the Shrine of Ice, excluding Tiana. He didn't believe that any random dark dragon he ran into would possess much strength. At the same time, beneath Dark Dragon Gilbert's feet, a tunnel leading to the underground was similarly formed. Gilbert immediately reacted and hastily leaped into the tunnel. After the cage and Dark Dragon Gilbert fell into the tunnel together, the two strangely appearing caves, under the attentive gazes of the Shrine of Ice experts, miraculously closed up again. Before they could even react, the two caves had completely disappeared, and the ground was restored to its smooth and flat state. "My lord, Lord Corey, the Jadefrost cage is gone." Suddenly, the Archmage who had just chanted an incantation cried out in alarm. Corey was brandishing his sword to ward off the extremely tricky fireballs. When he heard the cry of alarm from his subordinates behind him, he took a quick glance behind him. Soon after, his complexion turned incomparably ugly. Ice Celestial Corey, who had been fending off the attacks of the fireballs, suddenly erupted with a frighteningly cold air. All of a sudden, cold air rapidly gathered around Corey. Apart from Corey, the rest of the space seemed to be frozen by the cold air. An enormous block of solid ice appeared out of thin air. The two spinning fireballs controlled by Han Shuo were also frozen within that enormous block of ice. Before Han Shuo could react, several dozen strands of cold air abruptly attached themselves to the solid ice. Like silver snakes, they began to circulate at high speed within the solid ice, all converging on the fireballs locked in the solid ice. Thick white smoke immediately emanated from the area where the two balls of demonic flame were frozen. Han Shuo could sense that the demonic yuan contained within the two balls of demonic flame was being consumed bit by bit under the constant stimulation of dozens of strands of frigid air. Corey was at the center of that enormous block of solid ice. As the one releasing it, Corey was obviously unaffected by the solid ice. He stared coldly at Han Shuo, and suddenly flew towards Han Shuo at high speed. That enormous block of solid ice that completely locked the space around Han Shuo, as though it had no weight at all, actually flew at the same speed as Corey towards Han Shuo. Midway through, the thick white smoke rising from the solid ice had already disappeared. The two fireballs were finally completely depleted of demonic yuan by several dozen strands of cold air. There was no longer any trace of their existence. Under Han Shuo's command, the high-level undead creatures that were unaffected by the previous wave of ice magic circled around Corey and charged towards the 5 most powerful experts of the Shrine of Ice. The 5 elite zombies also rapidly spread out and started preparing to release the penta-elemental undead formation. When Han Shuo saw that Corey was flying towards him with a huge block of solid ice, his two hands whirled at high speed. All kinds of strange demonic arts suddenly whizzed out. Those indestructible demonic lights bombarded the surface of that enormous block of solid ice, producing pleasing tinkling sounds. However, this enormous block of solid ice that was constantly absorbing the frigid air of the entire area seemed to be the hardest substance. When Han Shuo's secret demonic arts bombarded the enormous block of solid ice, he could at most penetrate a meter deep. He had absolutely no way of penetrating the solid ice to attack Corey, who was at the center. Ice Celestial Corey, your reputation is indeed well deserved, Han Shuo praised in his heart. While releasing all kinds of dazzling attacks on the solid ice, he rapidly dodged and hastily thought of a way to break the solid ice. As the Demon Slayer edge had yet to fuse with the ball of destruction, Han Shuo, who had yet to find a way to break the solid ice, had no choice but to dodge quickly. Fortunately, Han Shuo had always held the advantage in terms of speed. Although Corey was chasing after Han Shuo with the enormous block of solid ice, he couldn't even get close to the corner of Han Shuo's clothes. One couldn't break the solid ice, the other couldn't catch up to the other. The two temporarily fell into a deadlock. "Father, I'm coming. Father, I'm coming." It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly received messages from Fire and Metal elite zombies. The two were brimming with confidence. They transmitted the message to Han Shuo's mind almost at the same time. Then the two charged at Corey at the same time. Metal elite zombie and Fire elite zombie. One wielded the all-conquering metal attribute treasure, the golden cudgel, while the other wielded the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus that could incinerate all things. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't help but feel relieved and started plotting how to beat them when they were down. In a flurry, he used the long sword in his hand to spin and flick. Out of the 10 strange finger auras, 6 of them were destroyed by Corey's frantic defense, but there were still 4 that stuck to Corey's body like shadows, bombarding his thighs and waist respectively. Fresh blood spurted out almost immediately, and Corey's miserable howls could be heard soon after. Take his life while he's down. Han Shua soared into the sky. The meter-long demonic blades in his 2 hands seemed to be flowing with demonic light. The 10-finger rays were once again accumulating power, ready to take Corey's life at any moment. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Ice Celestial Corey, whose status in the Shrine of Ice was slightly higher than Tiana's, actually hastily took out a magic scroll after his lower body was pierced by one of the finger rays. Before Han Shua could approach, Corey had already activated the magic scroll that was as white as snow. "Retreat!" Corey shouted. The snowflakes that filled the sky suddenly rushed towards Ice Celestial Corey. In but an instant, Ice Celestial Corey disappeared amidst the flying snowflakes. Corey let out a miserable howl. The snowflakes that covered the entire area suddenly wrapped around the remaining experts of the Shrine of Ice. Amidst the fluttering snowflakes, the 5 remaining experts seemed to have fused with the snowflakes, magically vanishing before Han Shua's eyes. Even though Han Shua's consciousness was extraordinary, he could only sense their auras in the fluttering snowflakes in the sky, but was unable to pinpoint their exact location. It was as if they had all melted into the snow. There were traces to follow, but there was no way to make a move. As soon as the party of 6 disappeared, the snowflakes that covered the entire canyon abruptly stopped. Han Shua could sense that the auras of Corey and his party were gradually disappearing. When Han Shua could no longer sense the auras of the 6, the cold and dense world of ice and snow that enveloped the entire canyon was still present. However, not a single snowflake could be seen drifting down from the sky. The undead creatures that had lost their targets stood blankly on the spot, waiting for Han Shua's orders, not knowing what to do. "Father, they're gone." Earth Elite zombies slowly emerged from beneath Han Shua's feet and transmitted. They actually escaped. This method of escape is truly miraculous. They actually melted into the snow. Han Shua mumbled to himself. Soon after, he said to Earth Elite Zombie, "Open the underground tunnel and get Dark Dragon Gilbert and the cage out." "All right," Earth Elite Zombie straightforwardly replied. Soon after, the ground beside the 2 suddenly split open to reveal a cave. From within, Dark Dragon Gilbert and the dark dragons in the cage emerged. Gilbert was lying on top of the cage, his tears flowing into the cage uncontrollably. He didn't say a single word, but continuously wailed at the patriarch of the dark dragons, Gilgs. His grandfather's eyes were bloodshot and old tears were rolling down his cheeks. He choked with sobs as he consoled Gilbert. After glancing at Gilbert and the dark dragons in the cage, Han Shua quietly distanced himself from them. Han Shua knew that it was best to give them some time to be alone. Moreover, Gilgs might tell Gilbert some secrets about the dark dragons. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here. As the temperature in this region had returned to normal, the ice and snow that previously covered the earth gradually melted. Han Shua sent the undead creatures back to the netherworld one by one. Then, he pondered about the purpose of the Shrine of Ice's visit. The Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light were on very good terms. Although the doctrines they preached were different, most people knew that they were allies in private. Based on Han Shua's loathing of the Church of Light, in addition to Tiana's betrayal, Han Shua naturally regarded the Shrine of Ice as an enemy. Although Ice Celestial Corey managed to escape by relying on the boundless snow this time, Han Shua had left an unforgettable mark on his body. In addition to his relationship with Tiana, the enmity between him and the Shrine of Ice would be difficult to resolve. Han Shua had already begun to ponder how to deal with the Shrine of Ice. While Han Shua was pondering, he suddenly received a message from Gilbert asking him to go over. Without hesitation, Han Shua immediately went over to Gilbert's side. He saw that although Gilbert still had a sorrowful look on his face, His emotions had somewhat stabilized. The dozen or so dark dragons in the cage were all looking at Han Shuo. Gilbert's grandfather, Gilgs, kowtowed to Han Shuo from within the cage, sincerely thanking him. When Gilbert returned the last time, I heard of your deeds. I didn't expect that you would be the one to save us dark dragons this time. On behalf of the dark dragons, I thank you for your great kindness. You're welcome. The relationship between me and Gilbert isn't what you imagine it to be. It's only right that I help you. Han Shuo hastily waved his hand, indicating that Gilgs need not be so courteous. I understand. Most people wouldn't be willing to risk their lives for the sake of a magical pet. For you to come all the way here to help us dark dragons because of Gilbert, this is sufficient proof of your kindness to Gilbert. It is indeed his good fortune to be able to follow you. Gilgs was definitely a reasonable person. From the moment Han Shuo and Gilbert came here, he knew that Gilbert had indeed followed the right person. Grandpa, don't talk about these useless things, Gilbert complained. Then he looked at Han Shuo anxiously and said, Master, can you open this damned cage? I've tried many ways, but I can't break this cage at all. Let me try again. However, this cage that Corey said had been blessed by the ice goddess did indeed contain a bizarre divine energy. When Han Shuo's fierce attacks landed, they were all frozen by the bone-chilling divine energy. He was unable to break open the cage. That's right, it's right, Han Shuo replied before he started to use several demonic arts. The main soul within the demon's lair edge was in the midst of fusing with the energy of the ball of destruction. At this moment, the demon's lair edge needed to be absolutely silent. Otherwise, with the help of the inconceivably sharp demon's lair edge, Han Shuo was confident that he could break this cage. However, without the demon's lair edge in hand, Han Shuo was really having a headache for the time being. The golden cudgel in Metal Elite Zombie's hand was indestructible. However, if the cudgel smashed down, the dozen or so dark dragons that were already on their last breaths inside would be finished before the cage was broken. Han Shuo knitted his brows as he thought to himself as he gazed at the cage. If this cage didn't contain the divine energy of the ice goddess, Han Shuo was confident that he could break it. But now he was truly at his wit's end. Just as Han Shuo was having a headache, he suddenly thought of a person. He softly cried out, there might be a way. Chapter 470. What is it? Gilbert hastily asked. Elizabeth of Brettell City. Perhaps she can help us. Han Shuo explained. As a target of the Church of Light, Elizabeth possessed a bizarre body of divine grace that possessed the miraculous ability to absorb the divine energy of the Church of Light. Han Shuo had a vague feeling that perhaps she could remove the divine energy of the ice goddess contained within the cage. Once the Jade Frost cage was no longer protected by the divine energy of the ice goddess, Han Shuo was 100% certain that he could break it. Gilbert evidently didn't quite believe it. After staring blankly for a moment, seeing that Han Shuo seemed to be somewhat confident, he couldn't help but ask, can she be trusted? I'm not too sure myself, but there's no harm in trying. Han Shuo replied. You're Brian, right? Within the cage beneath Dark Dragon Gilbert, the patriarch of Dark Dragons, Gilgs, raised his head and asked Han Shuo. Yep. Han Shuo replied. Thank you for your rescue. The Dark Dragon clan will forever remember your kindness. Gilgs kowtowed to Han Shuo. Soon after, he raised his head and said, the Shrine of Ice has come here, killed our people and imprisoned us here. Firstly, they intend to turn us dark dragons into their mounts. Secondly, they want to learn the path to the third layer of the underground world from me. The third layer of the underground world? Han Shuo was shocked. He then looked at the patriarch of Dark Dragons with glistening eyes and asked, what's the situation? Since Gilgs took the initiative to reveal the situation of the third layer of the underground world to Han Shuo, it seemed that he was prepared to tell Han Shuo the whole story. This was somewhat out of Han Shuo's expectations. 2 years ago, Gilbert returned once. From Gilbert, I learned that you were the owner of the skeletal magic staff. That was also the reason why I didn't stop Gilbert from following you. because the owner of the skeletal magic staff definitely wouldn't be an enemy of our dark dragon race. The patriarch of the dark dragon race looked deeply at Han Shuo as he spoke in a deep voice. Han Shuo was even more bewildered. It seemed that Gilgs also understood some of the origins of the skeletal staff. He couldn't help but take out the skeletal staff and fiddle with it for a while. He sized up Gilgs, the patriarch of dark dragons, and asked, "Why do you say so?" Because 5,000 years ago, the Black Dragon clan had been fighting under the command of the original owner of the skeletal staff. We, the Dark Dragon race, have always lived in the second layer of the underground world under the orders of the original owner of the skeletal staff, to prevent anyone from trespassing into the third layer of the underground world. I also heard some things about you and Ancient Lizard King Degassi from Gilbert. The Ancient Lizard King was his magical pet back then. Degassi must have told you some things, right? Gilgs asked. No, Degassi didn't talk about the past in depth. He only told me that I could obtain the truth from the skeletal magic staff. However, I still haven't completely grasped the secrets of the skeletal magic staff. Therefore, for the time being, I don't know what happened 5,000 years ago. If you know, I hope you can tell me. Han Shuo's heart was filled with doubts as he looked at the patriarch of the Dark Dragon race, Gilgs. Gilgs shook his head with a wry smile. Soon after, he saw the longing look in Han Shuo's eyes. He forcibly shook his spirit and said, I have only lived for 2,000 years. I only know these things from the ancient records left behind by my ancestors. My knowledge is also very limited. What do you know? Han Shuo asked. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Gilgs pondered for a moment before he said, 5,000 years ago, there was a great war that involved all the experts on the profound continent. That war was extremely bitter and desperate. It seemed that there were even experts from other material planes involved. The side of the skeletal magic staff's owner and our dark dragon race should have lost in that great war. Some of the main leaders were killed while others fled. Our side suffered disastrous losses. It is said that several of our powerful races have vanished from the profound continent forever. Our dark dragon race can be considered lucky. Although we have been holed up in the second layer of the underground world forever, at least we haven't been exterminated. I don't know about the situation of the other races, but our dark dragon race has been staying in the second layer of the underground world under the orders of the original owner of the skeletal magic staff. On one hand, it was to avoid being hunted down by the victors, and on the other hand, to guard the passage to the third layer of the underground world. When the owner of the skeletal magic staff gave us this order, he also said with certainty that after 5,000 years, powerful enemies would descend upon us. He said that as long as we could avoid this calamity and guard the passage for 5,000 years, we would be able to leave the second layer of the underground world. That's all I know. As for what happened 5,000 years ago, why did we lose so miserably? Who were the enemies? What is in the third layer of the underground world? I don't know about that. After Gilgs finished speaking, Han Shuo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He was certain that the original owner of the skeletal magic staff should be one of the leaders of the dark dragon race 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to command the dark dragon race in such a manner. In addition, the original owner of the skeletal magic staff should still be alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so many tricks up his sleeve. It was also from this moment onwards that Han Shuo felt that the legends regarding the cemetery of death in the outside world weren't absolutely true. According to the legends, the cemetery of death was originally created by a group of necromancers. They used the cemetery of death to research the profound mysteries of necromancy magic and committed many outrageous acts. In the end, the cemetery of death was destroyed by the combined efforts of mages of various elements. The cemetery of death also completely disappeared. As a necromancer, Han Shuo had heard of many of these legends. However, according to the timeline, these legends occurred no more than 1,000 years ago. Now that he heard Gilbert talk about the events of 5,000 years ago, Han Shuo suddenly felt that the cemetery of death should have existed for a longer time. Suddenly, Han Shuo recalled that Gilgs had lived for more than 2,000 years. He immediately asked, "You have lived for more than 2,000 years. Do you know of the existence of the cemetery of death? And the legend regarding the cemetery of death?" Of course. During these 2,000 years, I'm not completely ignorant of the matters of the outside world. I still know a little about some important matters. Gilgs nodded and immediately asked, "What legend are you referring to about the cemetery of death?" Han Shuo was overjoyed. He hastily described the legend regarding the cemetery of death in the human world. Soon after, he looked at Gilbert with sparkling eyes and asked, "Is that the truth?" Gilbert shook his head and said, "It's true that a group of necromancers gathered in the cemetery of death 1,000 years ago. They researched many kinds of evil necromancy magic. In the end, it's not a problem for them to be hunted to death by the combined efforts of mages from various countries. However, the cemetery of death was definitely not built by them. Just like you, they are only the owners of the cemetery of death, not the creators. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I have always believed that the cemetery of death should have been built by the original owner of the skeletal staff. It should be the same as us dark dragons who have been guarding the passageway from the second to the third layer of the underground world for the past 5,000 years. The original owner of the skeletal staff must have had his reasons for building the cemetery of death. Then, do you know the origins and situation of the Calamity Church? They don't seem to have appeared on the profound continent for very long. Why do they consider the cemetery of death to be the sacred ground of the Calamity Church? Why do they know about the 3 miraculous functions of the skeletal staff?" Han Shuo was somewhat impatient as he continued to ask Gilgs with a hurried tone. "I do know a little about the Calamity Church. Apart from the fact that the cemetery of death wasn't built by those necromancers, most of the rest of the legends are true. As for the Calamity Church, it was actually established by a group of necromancers who originally owned the cemetery of death. Back then, they had created many terrifying spells in the cemetery of death. In particular, the appearance of the plague spell had caused many humans in the city to become undead creatures. Therefore, they became the public enemy of the entire continent. In the end, they were besieged and annihilated by experts from various countries. However, their vitality was extremely tenacious. They weren't completely annihilated under the encirclement of various countries. However, those who were fortunate enough to survive no longer dared to show themselves in public like they used to. They would forever hide in the darkness. It must be said that these people were truly incomparably powerful. Not only were they not completely annihilated under the encirclement of the entire continent, those who were fortunate enough to survive grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, they became more and more proficient in the field of necromancy magic. They even began to absorb all kinds of evil experts from the profound continent. This continued until those powerful necromancers reached new heights in their research in the field of magic. After gaining the ability to communicate with evil gods and demons, they founded the Calamity Church. They worshipped evil gods and absorbed more and more evil people from the profound continent. They reached a state where only the Church of Light could barely suppress them. The cemetery of death was their birthplace. It was also the place where the first generation of Calamity Church higher-ups researched necromancy magic. It was only natural that they would regard the cemetery of death as the sacred ground of the Calamity Church. Gilgs looked at Han Shuo and explained tirelessly. So that's how it is. Han Shuo finally understood the relationship between the cemetery of death and the Calamity Church after listening to Gilgs' explanation. It turned out that the cemetery of death was actually the laboratory of those evil necromancers of the first generation of the Calamity Church. The founders of the Calamity Church researched those evil magics in the cemetery of death. No wonder Wolf kept saying that Han Shuo was one of them. Chapter 471. In that case, do you know why the cemetery of death and the skeletal staff disappeared together? With Gilgs' description, Han Shuo easily figured out what had happened. The only thing that Han Shuo couldn't figure out was why the skeletal staff would be lost from the hands of the Calamity Church. I don't know either. Ever since those ancient necromancers were encircled and exterminated, the cemetery of death disappeared along with them. Even after the Calamity Church was established, the cemetery of death never reappeared. Now that you have obtained the skeletal staff and obtained the ability to enter and leave the cemetery of death as you please, the cemetery of death reappeared after 1,000 years. Gilgs, the patriarch of the dark dragons, shook his head. It seemed that he was also unclear about the inside story. Soon after, Han Shua inquired about the Calamity Church's cemetery of death. However, this time Gilgs similarly couldn't answer. It seemed that this was all he knew. Right, do you still want to stay here? Han Shua was not able to obtain any more useful information from Gilgs, so he prepared to leave. We need to discuss this. Also, we need to bury the corpses of our children. When this matter was brought up, Gilgs was once again very sorrowful. Master, I also want to bury my father. From today onwards, as long as I, Gilbert, am alive, I will thoroughly annihilate the Shrine of Ice. Gilbert's gaze was resolute. It seemed that he had regarded the Shrine of Ice as his mortal enemy. Creasing his brows, Han Shua actually wanted to leave this place first. After all, there were still many matters he needed to take care of in the world above ground. However, he didn't know when those from the Shrine of Ice would come. If by any chance they came again and he wasn't here, the race of dark dragons would once again be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua said, "First, take care of the matters here. Then leave this place." Upon finishing those words, Han Shua summoned the Earth Elite Zombie, as well as many zombie warriors in passing. After issuing an order to the Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shua said to Gilbert, "Let him help you. Bury your father's corpse first. I will stay here and wait for a few days. When all the matters here have been taken care of, take the cage and we will leave together." "Thank you, Master," Gilbert said. Hence, Han Shua temporarily stayed in the canyon. Under his grandfather's instructions, Gilbert buried the dead Black Dragon's corpse according to the Black Dragon clan's ritual. Then they discussed their future plans in the cage. Han Shua also stayed here, but he stayed away from the area with Gilbert and the others. He diligently studied the mysteries of the 3 boundaries that he had obtained last time. After Han Shua successfully released the weakness boundary, Han Shua quickly found the trick to releasing the fear boundary. In just 2 days, he could skillfully release the fear boundary. The ward of weakness and the ward of fear were very similar. Han Shua didn't spend too much time mastering them. When it came to the ward of aging, he was a little confused. For the next 3 days, Han Shua continued to study the method to release the aging ward. He tried many times, but he was unable to form the aging ward even once. 5 days later, with the help of Earth Elite Zombie, the dead Black Dragons were properly buried. Gilbert had also stabilized his chaotic state of mind during these 5 days. His grandfather, Gilgs, also planned to leave this place for the time being. On one hand, he had to open the cage, and on the other hand, he had to prevent those from the Shrine of Ice from coming again. As soon as Gilbert emerged from below, he glanced at the dark elves with a bit of loathing on his face. If it wasn't for Gilbert's father's death, these dark elves would all be his prey based on his dark dragon race's perverted nature. But Gilbert had been in a bad mood recently, and Shiralin and the others' requests had delayed his time to free the dark dragons. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. "It's him, that dark dragon." Behind Shiralin, a dark elf who had once seen Gilbert hastily spoke up for Shiralin in a low voice. Then, Shiran took another careful look at Gilbert, and then looked at the few black dragons in Gilbert's cage with sparkling eyes. She had a thoughtful expression on her face. After a while, a beautiful and pure young dark elf beside Shiralin suddenly coughed lightly. Shiralin was startled and couldn't help but turn around to look at the beautiful young dark elf. The expression in her eyes was a bit complicated, but she quickly returned to normal. "All right then, but since you've come to the underground world with great difficulty, we can't let you return empty-handed." Shiralin looked at the young dark elf and seemed to have received some sort of instruction. She pointed at the young girl with a beaming smile and said to Han Shua, "This is the most beautiful girl of our race right now. Hehe, she's even clean. You're our best friend, so I'll give her to you now. Whether she's a servant or a slave, it's all up to you. But you must accept her, or you'll be looking down on us dark elves." To Han Shua's surprise, Shiralin actually insisted on giving her to Han Shua after taking a look at the beautiful and pure dark elf girl. While Han Shua was surprised, he couldn't help but carefully size up the beautiful dark elf. Han Shuo only needed a glance to discover that this dark elf was indeed extremely beautiful. Standing in the middle of Xiaolan's group of 5 beautiful women, her pure and youthful aura was even more eye-catching. She was different from other dark elves. There seemed to be a very clean aura on her body. She probably hadn't been influenced by the obscene culture of the dark elves. She timidly looked at Han Shuo, giving off a kind of delicate and pitiful feeling that would make one feel pity for her. Han Shuo had a very familiar feeling as he deeply sized up this young and beautiful dark elf girl. It was as if he'd known this girl for a long time. It was a very strange feeling. Han Shuo carefully thought for a moment. He'd gone back and forth to the underground world many times, but he was sure that he'd never seen this girl before. This made him a bit puzzled. Could it be that we really hit it off at first sight? Han Shuo thought to himself. He couldn't help but size up this girl even more strangely. You must accept her, or you'll be looking down on us dark elves. Xiaolan didn't know what was going on, but she insisted on pushing this girl to Han Shuo. It was as if Han Shuo didn't accept this girl, he would be an enemy of her race from now on. Alright then, come with me. It wasn't a big deal to have another servant in the city lord's mansion in Bretel City. Han Shuo didn't want to cause trouble for Trunks over this matter, so he readily agreed. In this way, Xiaolan and the others no longer obstructed Han Shuo. They chatted cheerfully and wittily along the way as they escorted Han Shuo to the exit. Chapter 472. In the underground world, dark elves were kings and reigned supreme. However, once dark elves appeared on the surface of Profound Continent, they would be captured as prey by humans. The beauty of female elves, and the attainments of male elves in the field of magical weapons, were irresistible to humans. On Profound Continent, there had never been a lack of hunters hunting elves, especially female elves. They had even become the signboard of a great aristocrat. This beautiful dark elf by the name of Crowley was actually able to maintain her virginity among dark elves with an innately lecherous nature. This piqued Han Shuo's interest. As soon as they left the underground world, Han Shuo asked, Crowley, why did Xiaolan and the others send you to me as a slave? Were you coerced by them? Crowley had a terrified expression on her face. She hastily kowtowed to Han Shuo and said, Master, you are the benefactor of us dark elves. It is my honor to serve you. Han Shuo waved his hand and did not continue to speak. However, he had some doubts along the way. He felt that Crowley seemed somewhat familiar. But after carefully thinking for a long time, he was certain that he had never met her before. Brian, I have a few words to discuss with you alone. The imprisoned dark dragon patriarch, Gilgs, suddenly said after exiting the underground world. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, but soon after, he nodded and said to Crowley, Leave us for a moment. Crowley shot a glance at Gilgs, replied respectfully, Yes, master. Then she left the place. After Crowley was far away, Han Shuo watched as Gilbert put down the cage that imprisoned his grandfather. He then saw Gilgs looking at Crowley from afar. He creased his brows and said, Brian, I feel that there's something wrong with that dark elf. There's something familiar about her. Upon hearing Gilgs' words, Han Shuo's heart tightened. He immediately cried out in alarm, You feel the same way too? I don't know why, but when I was in the tunnel just now, this dark elf kept sizing me up in the darkness. I feel that she wants to harm me, Gilgs said in a low voice with his brows creased. Gilgs furrowed his brows and said in a low voice. Soon after, he appeared a little embarrassed, but it might be because I'm old, and a little too nervous and sensitive. Han Shuo didn't think so. The older one was, the more they would notice the details. They had an insight that younger people couldn't have. With regards to this Crowley, Han Shuo had always felt that there was something odd about her. Now that he heard Gilg's words, he immediately became vigilant. Gazing at the slender, graceful and charming dark elf in the distance, Han Shuo couldn't help but cautiously release his consciousness and slowly sense Crowley's aura. Indeed, Crowley didn't have the lewd aura that a female dark elf should have. However, when Han Shuo used his divine sense to sense her seriously, he felt that Crowley really was a little unusual. It was precisely because her aura was too different from that of an ordinary female dark elf that Han Shuo felt suspicious. If he closed his eyes and didn't look at her, Han Shua definitely wouldn't treat her as a dark elf based on his senses alone. Come to think of it, it's strange. Although I've lived in the underground world for many years, I haven't come into contact with many dark elves. Only that Adele that I've imprisoned has stayed with us for a longer period of time. Why do I sense a familiar aura from this young dark elf? While Han Shua was slowly using his consciousness to observe Crowley, the dark dragon patriarch, Gilgs, was muttering to himself. Grandpa, you must be mistaken. I also know that Adele. She has a bewitching aura on her. One look at her and you'll know that she's a slut. However, this Crowley feels very pure and clean. Chapter 473. One day later, in the Forest Trolls tribe, Han Shua had come with Elizabeth. Han Shua had planted a drop of demonic blood in Elizabeth's body. With Han Shua's current demonic arts, as long as Elizabeth betrayed him, he could take her life with a single thought. Besides, Elizabeth had been driven into a dead end by the Church of Light. With a big tree like Han Shua to cling to, as long as she had a brain, she should understand that betraying Han Shua wouldn't bring her any benefits. After arriving at the Forest Trolls tribe, Han Shua saw Dark Dragon Gilbert standing guard beside the Jade Frost cage imprisoning the Dark Dragons. Beside Gilbert, the old Forest Troll priest was directing some Forest Troll warriors to deliver large chunks of cured meat to Gilgs inside the cage. The Dark Dragons, who had been tortured by the Shrine of Isis Ice Celestial Quarry for a long time, were now wolfing down the meat in their hands. It seemed that they were quite famished. After Han Shua arrived, a group of forest troll led by the old priest immediately kowtowed to Han Shua, loudly chanting the name of the great goddess Dad-Era. Towards the forest troll, Han Shua's initial intention to make use of them had now become rather sentimental. Apart from the nature of plundering, this race was still somewhat in line with Han Shua's temperament. No matter how cruel they were to others because of their relationship with Little Skull, these forest troll were absolutely loyal to him. Rise! Han Shua waved his hand. After seeing the old priest and the others stand up, he smiled and said, "You will have more contact with Trunks in the future. He will give you wise instructions. Rest assured, emissary. Under Lord Trunks' instructions, we have reaped great rewards over the years." A gratified smile blossomed on the old priest's ugly face. Han Shua nodded. He shot a glance at Elizabeth and said, "Give it a try. See if you can absorb the divine energy of the ice goddess inside the Jade Frost cage." "Yes, master," Elizabeth replied respectfully with an excited look on her face. Elizabeth, who had been on the run for many years, deeply understood the importance of one's own strength. She understood that if she wanted to better protect herself, she must have a powerful life-saving ability. This time, Han Shua's instructions were undoubtedly beneficial to her. With the peculiarity of her body, if she could absorb the divine energy in the Jade Frost cage, her strength would definitely improve. "Be careful, these are all my clansmen." Gilbert did not know Elizabeth's strength. Seeing her approach the cage excitedly, he hurriedly warned her. Elizabeth nodded and did not say anything else. Once she approached the Jade Frost cage, she reached out with both hands and grabbed onto the bars of the Jade Frost cage. She closed her eyes and began to use her body of divine favor to sense the power within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua slightly narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his slender eyes as he stared unwaveringly at Elizabeth. Suddenly, Han Shua saw Elizabeth's face lit up with joy. Wisps of green smoke suddenly drifted out of her 7 orifices. The green smoke was like 7 earthworms wriggling in Elizabeth's nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. The green smoke coming and going from her 7 orifices made Elizabeth's already ugly old face look even more hideous. Master, can she do it?" Gilbert was startled by the strange look on Elizabeth's face. The ones imprisoned in the Jade Frost cage were Dark Dragon Gilbert's grandfather and clansmen. He was extremely worried that Elizabeth would accidentally injure his clansmen. Han Shua made a shushing gesture at Gilbert and slowly approached Elizabeth. He used his invisible consciousness to spy on Elizabeth, and the movements within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shuo could sense that Elizabeth's unique body of divine favor had already allowed her to discover the ice and snow divine energy that existed within the Jade Frost cage. This was also the source of Elizabeth's excitement. As the green smoke lingered around Elizabeth's 7 orifices, the skin on her withered and yellow hands seemed to have shrunk and dried up severely, turning into green iron hooks. Her hands were shriveled and looked like the hands of a 1,000-year-old mummy. The skin on her bony fingers was glowing with a green, misty, evil light. Wisps of cold energy like fine threads slowly flowed into her body from her bony fingers. The unique structure of the body of divine favor within Elizabeth's body allowed her to endure and digest this divine energy. The sinister-looking Elizabeth's eyes were filled with excitement and joy during this process. Through the transmission of her hands, wisps of divine energy slowly flowed into her body. She could feel the benefits that the energy brought to her body. Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief, thinking that it seemed like he had made the right decision to take Elizabeth as his slave. Elizabeth, who was able to absorb this kind of divine energy, would be of great help to him. Feeling the wisps of divine energy flowing, Han Shuo pondered whether he should wait for Elizabeth to finish absorbing it before he devoured some of the energy that had been transformed in Elizabeth's body. The cold aura that had been lingering in the Jade Frost cage disappeared little by little along with Elizabeth's movements. Gilbert, who had been observing from the side, had obviously sensed the changes in the Jade Frost cage. Pleasantly surprised, Gilbert's mood became much better. When he looked at the current Elizabeth, that sinister-looking face seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Just as Han Shuo and Gilbert let out a sigh of relief, Elizabeth's face suddenly revealed a terrified expression. Her body trembled abruptly as the cold aura permeated her body. Elizabeth seemed to want to pull her hands out of the Jade Frost cage with all her might, but her hands in the Jade Frost cage seemed to be connected by a strong adhesive, unable to be separated no matter how hard she tried. At the same time, wisps of bone-chilling white smoke abruptly leaked out from the fences of the Jade Frost cage. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The originally warm forest troll tribe seemed to have fallen into a world of ice and snow. Unbeknownst to Wen, snowflakes had unknowingly enveloped the forest troll tribe under the blowing of the chilly wind. The forest troll were immediately shivering from the cold, all of them shouting in terror. They had no idea what was happening. Han Shuo's expression changed in fright. He could distinctly feel that the Jade Frost cage seemed to have been suddenly injected with a few bursts of profound energy. These bursts of energy came in a strange manner, immediately causing the entire region to be filled with a bone-chilling coldness. It even tightly bound Elizabeth's hands, not allowing her to budge an inch. The dark dragons within the Jade Frost cage suffered the most from the bone-chilling coldness. Gilbert's grandfather Gilg's teeth were chattering, and the hot air he exhaled froze in an instant. The expressions of some of the younger dark dragons gradually stiffened. Seemed like they would be frozen soon. "Damn it, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you!" Gilbert bellowed furiously. He extended his hand and slapped at the top of Elizabeth's head. With Gilbert's strength, Elizabeth would undoubtedly die if this went on. "Stop! It's none of her business!" Han Shuo shouted and raised his hand to stop Gilbert. Gilbert was stunned by Han Shuo's shout, and when he saw Elizabeth's terrified and pained face, he finally came to his senses. However, as the dark dragons in the cage gradually stiffened, Gilbert fell into a state of irritation and restlessness. He anxiously howled, "What should I do? What should I do? Evacuate the clan at once!" Han Shuo roared at the trembling old priest. Soon after, he summoned Fire Elite Zombie and gave him an order. In an instant, he appeared behind Elizabeth and pressed his hands on Elizabeth's shoulders at lightning speed. At the same time, in the distant territory of Kasi Empire, on the summit of an ice mountain in a world of ice and snow, many ice crystal palaces were situated on the summit of the icy mountain. At the center of one of them was a conical shrine that reached the heavens. Several experts from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Kori, were sitting cross-legged in a semicircle at the center of an enormous magical matrix. Each and every one of them was frozen in ice like ice sculptures. They did not seem to have any signs of life. At the center of the shrine, Ice Celestial Cory and the others all wore solemn and serene expressions. They were facing the enormous ice sculpture of the ice goddess before them. Their bodies were frozen in ice, and they maintained that posture while casting magic from afar. Dense cold air filled the entire shrine. He has interfered. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the ice sculpture Cory. Condense ice aura, freeze the heavens and earth. Other than Cory, the other ice sculptures simultaneously chanted in deep voices. Cold air radiated from the entire shrine, and a solemn and dignified aura pervaded the air. Thousands of miles away, Han Shuo pressed both of his hands on Elisabeth's shoulders. Surging demonic yuan suddenly poured into Elisabeth's hands from her shoulders, mixing with the bone-chilling coldness. Fire Elite Zombie, summoned by Han Shuo, emitted flaming flower buds from the fire lotus in his hand and dispersed in all directions. As soon as the flames flew out from the fire lotus, thick white smoke suddenly appeared in the world of ice and snow. That was the smoke produced by the combination of scorching heat and cold air. When Fire Elite Zombie appeared with the fire lotus in his hand, the dancing flames finally stopped the sudden drop in temperature of the entire forest troll tribe. Only then did the forest troll, who were frozen to the point that it was difficult for them to even walk, noticeably speed up their escape. Inside the Jade Frost cage, with the assistance of Fire Elite Zombie's fire lotus, the ice rapidly melted into water. It was only at this moment that Gilg's grinding teeth could be heard. Han Shuo's two hands that were pressed on Elisabeth's shoulders were fully activated with the mystical glacial spell flame. Surging demonic yuan rapidly poured into Elisabeth's palms, forming a scorching high temperature that helped Elisabeth resist the invasion of the cold air inside the cage. Han Shuo shuddered. Through the cold air that erupted from Elisabeth's palms, he sensed the divine energy that Ice Celestial Cory had unleashed a few days ago. Han Shuo was almost certain that the anomaly of the Jade Frost cage must have something to do with Ice Celestial Cory. Han Shuo understood that this Jade Frost cage blessed by the Ice Goddess must have some kind of miraculous function that allowed Ice Celestial Cory and the others to directly communicate with each other. It seemed that he had fallen into Ice Celestial Cory's trap this time. When Ice Celestial Cory rapidly left the Valley of the Dark Dragons and did not pay attention to the disappearance of the Jade Frost cage, he had long planned to use the Jade Frost cage to scheme against him. Cursing Ice Celestial Cory's treachery and viciousness in his heart, the endless demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body frantically transformed into scorching red flames through the mystical glacial spell flame, doing his utmost to help Elisabeth resist the invasion of the cold air inside the Jade Frost cage. It wasn't that Han Shuo cared about Elisabeth's life or death, but that even if Elisabeth were to die at this moment, the cold air inside the Jade Frost cage would not vanish. Furthermore, using Elisabeth's unique body to prevent the cold air from leaking out was at least safer than Han Shuo using his own body as a battlefield. Cold, so cold. With the infusion of Han Shuo's demonic yuan, Elisabeth was finally able to speak while trembling. Hold on. Han Shuo coldly groaned. Discarding all distracting thoughts, he knitted his brows and strenuously held on. As the temperature rapidly plummeted, some of the old, weak, and young forest troll froze to death before they could even be roasted by Fire Elite Zombie's flames. The entire forest troll tribe was shrouded in panic. Under the old priest's loud roars, all the young and strong forest troll fled in panic towards the outskirts of the tribe. Just like Han Shuo, Fire Elite Zombie continued to release flames from the fire lotus, bitterly holding on. Among them, Gilbert had the most free time. However, the one who was the most fearful and uneasy was none other than Gilbert. Standing beside Fire Elite Zombie, although Gilbert was also shivering from the cold, he could still hold on. Looking at the miserable state of his tribesmen inside the Jade Frost cage, Gilbert understood that once Fire Elite Zombie and Han Shuo could no longer hold on, his tribesmen would face the fate of being frozen to death. This made Gilbert as anxious as fire. Unfortunately, he couldn't intervene. All he could do was stare fixedly at the Jade Frost cage from the side, hating the shrine of ice to the bone. Father, this won't do. Suddenly, Fire Elite Zombie transmitted to Han Shuo. The cold air inside the Jade Frost cage grew stronger and stronger. Han Shuo also gradually began to feel weak. He understood that what Fire Elite Zombie said was not false. Just as Han Shua was at a loss as to what to do, Fire Elite Zombie continued, "Father, let's move the battle to my birthplace. I have a way. The place of extreme fire." Upon hearing Fire Elite Zombie's words, Han Shua's eyes lit up. Chapter 474. As they were both in the dark forest, the forest troll tribe wasn't far from the place of extreme fire. With Fire Elite Zombie's suggestion, Han Shua immediately got to work. "Gilbert, transform into a dragon." Han Shua shouted at the anxious dark dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gilbert let out a dragon roar towards the sky and suddenly soared into the sky. His human body expanded at a high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a thick black dragon that was 30 meters long. Elizabeth's hands were glued to the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua grabbed Elizabeth's shoulders and soared into the sky, flying along with Elizabeth and the Jade Frost cage. Gilbert's wriggling dragon spine dived downwards, just in time to carry Han Shua on his back. Phew, cold, so cold. When Han Shua landed on Gilbert's spine with Elizabeth and the Jade Frost cage, the Jade Frost cage followed suit and landed on Gilbert's back. The cold energy naturally flowed into Gilbert's body, immediately causing him to shiver from the cold. Han Shua creased his brows. Then, he exerted force with both hands and lifted Elizabeth into the air. The Jade Frost cage that Elizabeth was glued to was also suspended high in the air. This way Han Shua had to expend some demonic yuan, but it ensured that Gilbert's body wouldn't come into direct contact with the Jade Frost cage. Fly at a low altitude and let Fire Elite Zombie come up. Then, immediately fly to the area where we encountered the Lord of the Flames. Han Shua lifted Elizabeth and the Jade Frost cage high up and instructed Gilbert in a deep voice. "Understood." The dark dragon circled in the air and suddenly descended, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold wind that blew the layer of snow on the ground into the air like dust. The Fire Elite Zombie, who had long been prepared, suddenly shot high into the sky after a dash, and steadily landed on Dark Dragon Gilbert's back. He walked 2 steps to the Jade Frost cage and continuously released flames into the cage, warming up the dark dragons whose bodies were starting to freeze again. When everything was ready, Dark Dragon Gilbert identified the direction and flew towards the place of extreme fire as fast as he could. On Gilbert's body, Han Shua lowered his head and glanced at him. He discovered that the forest troll tribe below was filled with a fierce and cold aura. A few small ponds that served as a water source had been frozen solid. All the forest trolls' faces were filled with terror. They trembled as they tried their best to escape from this world of ice and snow. Many of the forest troll warriors were still carrying frozen children in their arms, letting out mournful wails. Some of the older forest trolls' frail bodies were like popsicles, without the slightest trace of life. Their bodies didn't allow them to wait for the Fire Elite Zombie to rescue them, as they left this world forever. Looking at the hundreds of dead forest troll, Han Shua's heart was filled with remorse. He knew that this disaster of the forest troll was single-handedly caused by him. Most of the forest trolls that had served him loyally for several years, including the old, young, sick and disabled, had lost their lives to the frost this time. Shrine of Ice. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Han Shua faced the sky and howled in rage. The demonic yuan in his body flowed unceasingly into Elizabeth's arm, transforming into scorching energy to resist the invasion of the cold. The distance from the forest troll tribe to the place of extreme fire wasn't far. But it was this distance that Han Shua and Fire Elite Zombie felt incomparably long. Han Shua's demonic yuan was incomparably vast, and he could still manage to hold on. However, Fire Elite Zombie was already showing signs of fatigue. Han Shua could tell from the flickering red light of the fire lotus. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus contained incomparably vast energy of fire. As long as Fire Elite Zombie's physical strength could hold on, theoretically, he could always borrow the energy contained within the fire lotus. However, Fire Elite Zombie had not been born for long. Given his current strength, it wasn't easy for him to hold on until now. Most importantly, this time, The fire elite zombie was resisting the power of extreme cold from frigid ice. As the saying goes, ice and fire are incompatible. When fire elite zombie was resisting the energy of extreme cold, he had to expend a lot more energy. In addition to the Jade Frost cage being invaded by the cold air of several experts from the Shrine of Ice, he was able to show signs of fatigue so quickly, thousands of miles away inside the Shrine of Ice. The group of experts from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Corey, appeared unruffled, especially Ice Celestial Corey. His face even revealed an ice-cold smile as though victory was in his grasp. It seemed that he was very satisfied with his operation this time. Humph, a puny city lord like him dares to make an enemy of our Shrine of Ice. Corey, who was trapped in the ice, had long understood Han Shua's identity. Sneering in his heart, Ice Celestial Corey said in a deep voice with extreme confidence, "In just a moment, we will freeze them all to death. Everyone hold on. Rest assured, Lord Corey. With our combined strength they will be dead for sure." Lord Corey's calculations are truly accurate. This time that Brian won't be able to escape. When he dies from being frozen into an ice sculpture, the Church of Light will surely be very grateful for our help. Another sacred magus also found the time to speak, and took the opportunity to flatter Ice Celestial Corey. "We don't need the Church of Light's gratitude. Humph, our Shrine of Ice should be the #1 religion on the continent. By killing this Brian that they can't do anything to, we can prove it to them." Corey coldly groaned. Lord Corey is absolutely right. Our Shrine of Ice, as the divine emissaries of the Ice Goddess on Profound Continent, shouldn't be suppressed by the Church of Light forever. That person hastily corrected himself. "All right, let's put in more effort and freeze them to death in one spurt of energy." Corey did not continue with superfluous words and immediately shouted. Soon after, cold air pervaded the air around them. Strands of bone-chilling coldness were transmitted through the abstruse magical matrix to the dark forest thousands of miles away. "Father, I can't hold on much longer." Fire Elite Zombie, who was incessantly spurring the flames within the Fire Lotus, suddenly transmitted a message to Han Shua. Han Shua immediately sensed the sudden surge of cold air within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua, who was constantly pouring demonic yuan into Elizabeth's hands, found it increasingly difficult to resist. By this time, the radiance of the flames within the Fire Lotus was no longer as bright as before. The yuan energy of fire within the corpse of fire armor was gradually draining away, and was on the verge of drying up. Elizabeth's hands were frozen to a greenish-purple color. Her body of divine favor simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of such enormous cold energy. The few cyclones in her body also slowly stopped transforming energy. And now they were only halfway through their journey. With Dark Dragon Gilbert's speed, it would take them another 10 minutes or so to reach the place of extreme fire. At this rate, Fire Elite Zombie would be severely injured and Elizabeth, and the Dark Dragon in the cage would all freeze to death before they could reach the place of extreme fire. At this moment Han Shua was extremely anxious. Unfortunately, he was also having a hard time resisting the cold and had absolutely no time to help either side. If Han Shua were to fully deploy the art of the demonic ninth heavens, his speed would be much faster than Dark Dragon Gilbert's. Unfortunately, he had to lift the Jade Frost cage high and constantly use demonic yuan to resist the cold air's onslaught. He had no time to help. His heart was filled with frustration. Han Shua's mind raced, but he couldn't think of any other way. "Gilbert, hurry up. If you can't reach the place of extreme fire in 5 minutes, your grandfather and your clan will all perish because of you." Han Shua was at his wits' end and could only tell Gilbert the truth about the current situation. Han Shua had already made up his mind. If he really couldn't do it, he could only sever Elizabeth's hands and give up on the Dark Dragon clan. Although he was unwilling to do so, he really couldn't think of any other way. As soon as Han Shua's words fell, Gilbert suddenly let out a mournful howl. Following Gilbert's howl, the blood vessels in his dragon body suddenly ruptured. Fresh blood dripped down from Gilbert's body like a fine rain. At the same time, Gilbert's speed, which was already faster than lightning, suddenly doubled. He streaked across the blue dome of heaven like a black bolt of lightning, flying straight towards the place of extreme fire. "No! Inside the cage, Gilgs, the patriarch of the dark dragons, was shivering from the cold. He suddenly let out a loud shout while shivering. He twisted his body with all his might, grabbed the bone-chilling bars with both hands, and yelled desperately, "Little bastard, stop it! Stop it! We can't be saved. You are the only hope of the dark dragons. You can't die." As Gilbert's master, Han Shua could clearly feel the loss of Gilbert's life force. Listening to his grandfather Gilg's hoarse roar, Han Shua knew what Gilbert was doing, using his life force to stimulate all the hidden potential of the Dragon Clan to save the entire Dark Dragon Clan. "Gilbert, stop!" Han Shua suddenly shouted. The relationship between Elizabeth and the Dark Dragons was far from being as deep as the relationship between Han Shua and Gilbert. Han Shua could watch a dozen Dark Dragons freeze to death, and he could chop off Elizabeth's hands without hesitation, but he couldn't watch Gilbert overdraft his life force and die. However, Dark Dragon Gilbert turned a deaf ear to Gilg's hoarse roar and Han Shua's shouts. He only flew at full speed towards the place of extreme fire. In Gilbert's lantern-sized eyes, there was only the firmness of facing death with equanimity. "Gilbert, if you don't stop, I'll leave this matter to you right now." Han Shua could clearly feel the loss of Gilbert's life force. Furious, he stomped on Gilbert's dragon body and shouted in grief, "Master, I beg you to fulfill my wish." Gilbert's enormous dragon body shuddered. Feeling Han Shua's rage, he finally opened his mouth to speak. His deep voice was no longer frivolous, only heavy and resolute. After a pause, he continued in a low voice, "Master, it is my, Gilbert's, honor to be able to follow you. All these years I've been very happy with you, really. Goodbye, Master." His enormous dragon head no longer had the strength to lift, and not a trace of life could be sensed from his body. Han Shua's eyes were brimming with tears. Standing on his dragon body, Gilbert's last words lingered in his ears. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of his time with Gilbert. "Father, keep his soul." At this moment, Little Skull's anxious message suddenly came from the distant netherworld. Chapter 475. With Little Skull's reminder, Han Shua immediately reacted. He hastily stabilized his state of mind and focused his consciousness on sensing. He instantly sensed Gilbert's soul that had yet to disperse. The Demon Slayer edge in Han Shua's body suddenly flew out. An extremely strong suction force was generated. Gilbert's soul that had yet to disperse was drawn by the Demon Slayer edge and flowed into the Demon Slayer edge in a split second. Although the Demon Slayer edge couldn't help Han Shua in battle for the time being, absorbing a soul wasn't a big deal. As the owner of the Demon Slayer edge, Han Shua could even open up a separate area within the Demon Slayer edge for Gilbert to hide in. Little Skull's reminder dispelled Han Shua's sorrow. He suddenly recalled that the demonic arts and necromancy magic he practiced were both evil arts despised by righteous people. Whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, they were extremely familiar and proficient with souls. Han Shua's mind only spun for a moment before he discovered that whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, he could make use of Gilbert's powerful soul to rebuild his body and revive him. As long as his soul remained, Gilbert wouldn't be considered to have completely vanished. With that, the sorrow Han Shua felt from Gilbert naturally faded by a lot. After the Demon Slayer edge returned to Han Shua's body, he took a look at Fire Elite Zombie and discovered that Fire Elite Zombie was already at the end of his rope. He immediately knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. The cold air within the Jade Frost cage was as chilly as ever. By now, Han Shua had already lost 2/3 of the surging demonic yuan in his body. However, judging from the energy transmitted from the Jade Frost cage, it seemed to be endless. This made Han Shua realize that his opponent was indeed a cut above him in terms of endurance. "Go!" Han Shua shouted and descended towards a crack in the magma of Mountain Tanai. Before Han Shua could approach the crack in the magma, the entire Tanai mountain suddenly trembled. The scorching temperature continued to rise, and thick magma shot out like a fountain. A strong feeling of longing suddenly filled the entire valley. It was like a mother who had bitterly watched over her child for many years, and suddenly found her son standing in front of the door. She knows that I'm back, Fire Elite Zombie immediately transmitted to Han Shuo, pleasantly surprised. Han Shuo finally arrived at the mouth of the lava fissure. He activated his protective shield and enveloped Elizabeth before descending. As the refiner of the Fire Elite Zombie, Han Shuo could clearly sense the exchange between the Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames. As soon as the Fire Elite Zombie arrived in this area, the surrounding temperature continued to rise and the Fire Elite Zombie's exhausted energy began to recover bit by bit. Raging flames shot out in all directions. The place of extreme fire was bubbling with fire bubbles, and a terrifyingly high temperature filled all directions. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the place of extreme fire. Han Shuo lowered his head to take a look and discovered that the enormous body of the Lord of the Flames was slowly emerging from the place of extreme fire. On the surrounding cliffs of the place of extreme fire, many flame demon warriors had surged out of nowhere. Each and every one of them was looking at Han Shuo and his party that were slowly descending. "Father, don't worry, she will help me," Fire Elite Zombie hastily transmitted to Han Shuo when he sensed Han Shuo's vigilance. "Alright, I'll count on you." Han Shuo naturally had absolute trust in Fire Elite Zombie. Upon hearing Fire Elite Zombie's assurance that nothing would go wrong, he immediately felt at ease. While Han Shuo was speaking, Fire Elite Zombie held the Fire Lotus in his hand, and suddenly landed on the enormous Lord of the Flames that had emerged from the place of extreme fire. Fire Elite Zombie sat on the broad shoulders of the Lord of the Flames. Endless energy was suddenly released from the Lord of the Flames' body. A dozen or so streams of magma were directly spat out from its mouth. Like fiery red silk, they all wrapped around the Jade Frost cage. At the same time, the place of extreme fire that had existed for an unknown number of years, and had nurtured the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus, suddenly seemed to come alive. Thousands and thousands of strands of the Yuan energy of fire flowed into the Fire Elite Zombie's body. The previously exhausted Fire Elite Zombie instantly recovered the strength he had lost. The Fire Lotus suddenly glowed brightly. Under Fire Elite Zombie's manipulation, the enormous Yuan energy of fire in the place of extreme fire was mobilized. Blobs of bowl-sized flames flew and danced on the Jade Frost cage. Han Shuo suddenly felt the pressure on him greatly reduced. With the bone-chilling Jade Frost cage being manipulated by Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames, the bone-chilling coldness was all used to resist the counterattack of the flames. Han Shuo no longer needed to expend too much demonic arts to continue resisting. Even the bodies of Elizabeth and the dark dragons that were on the verge of freezing had returned to normal under the high temperature of the place of extreme fire. Thousands of miles away at the Shrine of Ice. "Oh no, there's an extremely powerful energy of fire pouring in. What's going on?" That sacred magus who had been sucking up to ice celestial Kori suddenly cried out in alarm. Inside the Shrine of Ice, every expert wore a solemn expression. Their previously unruffled composure had vanished without a trace. Without exception, all of their gazes were cast on their leader, Ice Celestial Kori. Ice Celestial Kori was also astonished. Evidently, he had also sensed the change in the Jade Frost cage in the dark forest through some mysterious connection. That energy that had suddenly deepened revealed the most scorching energy of flames. For the Shrine of Ice, this kind of firepower was what they loathed the most, and also the most troublesome to deal with. The appearance of this energy that had suddenly become incomparably powerful completely disrupted Ice Celestial Kori's composure. Under the attentive gazes of his subordinates, Kori rapidly racked his brains for countermeasures, trying to determine the source of the energy of flames that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, Kori suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This must be their counterattack before their death. As long as we resist this wave of attacks with all our might, they will no longer have any ability to resist." Lord Kori, if it wasn't for their counterattack before their death, if we were to use all our might to resist this wave of attacks, just in case, and I'm saying just in case their strength surpasses our combined strength, it would be very difficult for us to withdraw. Another sacred magus of the Shrine of Ice suddenly reminded. Ice Celestial Kori let out a cold groan and said, My judgment won't be wrong. Even if it's another force with so many experts of our Shrine of Ice joining forces, how many on Profound Continent can withstand it? Don't worry, this time I will go all out. I will freeze them all to death in one fell swoop. Seeing that Ice Celestial Corey was somewhat displeased, the few of them no longer said anything. Corey's conceit was well known in the Shrine of Ice. He wasn't a person who would listen to the opinions of others. Once he had made a decision, all one needed to do was to act according to his requirements. There was no need to question whether his decision was correct or not. Under Corey's command, the strongest few members of the Shrine of Ice, using the Jade Frost Cage blessed by the Ice Goddess, began to unleash the divine energy in their bodies with all their might in accordance with the effects of the abstruse magical matrix, intending to defeat and eliminate Han Shuo and his party in the faraway place of extreme fire in one fell swoop. The Dark Forest, the place of extreme fire. Master, what should I do? What should I do? Elizabeth, who was finally able to speak, cried out in panic. Maintain this state and don't talk nonsense. This time we won't be the ones having a headache. Han Shuo lightly shouted, and soon after, he no longer paid any attention to Elizabeth. The endless yuan energy of fire in the place of extreme fire poured into the Jade Frost Cage through the two existences, the Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames. The scorching heat flooded the entire region. After Gilgs, the leader of the Dark Dragons, fainted, he actually slowly regained consciousness from the high temperature. Silly boy, where's that silly boy Gilbert? Where's my grandson? As soon as Gilgs woke up, he anxiously searched for Gilbert's existence everywhere. Patriarch Gilbert, he's already dead, a dark dragon said with a pained sigh, his eyes brimming with tears. Roar! Gilgs let out a mournful howl as grief attacked his heart. It was at this moment that those in the distant Shrine of Ice launched a fierce counterattack. The frigid cold air increased by 3 times. The frigid air within the Jade Frost Cage overflowed in all directions. When it came into contact with the high temperature of the place of extreme fire, thick smoke was produced in an instant, shrouding Gilgs and the others. The frigid cold current, like a breached dam, madly gushed into Elizabeth's body through her hands. Han Shuo was startled. He thought to himself, here it comes. He hastily concentrated all of his attention, madly attacking Elizabeth's hands with his remaining demonic yuan. Arg, it hurts! Elizabeth let out a miserable shriek, like a pig being slaughtered. Red, white, and green radiances radiated from her hands. One moment it was frigid, the next it was scorching. The two energies collided with each other, bringing her a pain she had never experienced before. Previously, when Elizabeth's body was frozen stiff due to the frigid cold had also frozen her body. The pain was actually not that unbearable. However, now that she could move her body, the pain became even more distinct and frightening. At this moment, Han Shuo couldn't be bothered with Elizabeth at all. He constantly poured his demonic yuan and condensed it into flames on Elizabeth's hands. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed something through the Jade Frost Cage. From within the Jade Frost Cage, after concentrating his consciousness, Han Shuo seemed to be able to sense a few auras from extremely far away. So powerful. Lord Corey, we can't hold on any longer. The sacred magus who had been praising Corey suddenly shouted in alarm. Under the joint efforts of Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames, utilizing the energy accumulated in the place of extreme fire for millions of years, the Shrine of Ice and the Jade Frost Cage were completely routed. From Elizabeth's 2 hands, Han Shuo understood that Ice Celestial Corey and his party could no longer hold on. Han Shuo's consciousness could even sense that the few presences that had been shrouding the Jade Frost Cage were gradually leaving. It was at this moment that Han Shuo, who had been waiting all along, suddenly made his move. While they were frantically defending against the counterattack of the flames, all of Han Shuo's mental strength, including his consciousness, attacked those few presences like sharp swords. FFF. All the experts in the Shrine of Ice, including Ice Celestial Corey, violently vomited a mouthful of blood. Their souls felt as though they were being sliced by 1,000 blades. With that, they no longer had the slightest ability to resist. The Jade Frost Cage shattered with a loud bang. Not a shred of frigid energy could be sensed in the place of extreme fire. Elizabeth's 2 hands were freed. Han Shuo casually grabbed her. Although the dark dragons had yet to fully recover their strength, they were still able to hover in the air. Not a single one of them fell into the place of extreme fire. Thousands of miles away in the Shrine of Ice, the Ice on Kori and the others, who were like ice sculptures, exploded one after another. Even Ice Celestial Kori's body was flung far away, his blood splattering all over the ground. The Shrine of Ice, which had been shrouded in frigid ice all year round, suddenly experienced a surge of heat. This tall and majestic shrine constructed from ice crystals actually began to melt gradually. The disciples of the Ice Celestial Condor sect who were practicing their martial arts and water magic in the Shrine of Ice suddenly felt a high temperature that they instinctively loathed and feared. Each and every one of them frowned in fright as they searched for the source of the high temperature. Then, they discovered that the largest shrine dedicated to the statue of the ice goddess was actually slowly melting. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. In the Shrine of Ice, such a phenomenon was even more terrifying than the descent of demons. Everyone was panic-stricken, not understanding what was happening. Could it be that the ice goddess had already abandoned them? As the Shrine of Ice sank into a panic that it had never experienced in 1,000 years, Han Shuo suddenly exhaled softly. Then Han Shuo was taken aback. He gazed at the Lord of the Flames in the place of extreme fire below in disbelief. He saw that the colossal Lord of the Flames, whose body was forged from magma and iron, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Rocks as red as soldering iron were shaken off one after another as the Lord of the Flames roared. An incomparably tremendous energy was erupting from the Lord of the Flames' body. Gradually, the Lord of the Flames' incomparably large body swayed and suddenly became even larger. The magma of the entire place of extreme fire poured onto her body like a fountain, as if providing her with the enormous energy that the place of extreme fire had accumulated for millions of years. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the Lord of the Flames first grew madly. Her colossal body nearly filled the entire place of extreme fire. After a while, the rocks on her body shook off rapidly. Under the irrigation of the magma, her body began to shrink bit by bit. Han Shuo stared at the Lord of the Flames without blinking. He could feel that the strength of her body was becoming more and more tyrannical as her body shrank. Soon after, streaks of fiery light burst out from her body. She was like a miniature sun, so glaring that one could not even open their eyes. Oh haha, I finally evolved. I finally evolved. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the Lord of the Flames, who was emitting dazzling red light, laughed wildly. Gradually, the red light dissipated. A fat, middle-aged woman with red skin appeared before Han Shuo. Too terrifying. Han Shuo thought of something and his complexion turned incomparably ugly. Hey kid, are you the father of my child? Just as Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, the fat middle-aged woman suddenly shouted at Han Shuo. Are you the father of my child? Han Shuo shivered when he heard the fat woman's words. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and hastily replied, No, you and I didn't give birth to him. Han Shuo really wanted to slap himself as soon as the words left his mouth. The more panicked he was, the more incoherent his speech became. His complexion became uglier and uglier. This was an embarrassment he hadn't felt for many years. Nonsense, of course I know he's not the child of you and I. The Emperor of the Flames casually reprimanded Han Shuo. She really did look like a shrewish woman. She did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. She then added, besides, it's not like I can give birth. It's even more impossible for you to give birth to him. Father, my mother can now transform into human form. She wants to leave this place and experience the outside world. Fire Elite Zombie transmitted to Han Shuo. Then, sensing Han Shuo's chaotic state of mind, he asked with concern, Father, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? No, it's nothing. Han Shuo hastily replied. Ever since I found out about this great place, I have been staying here to accumulate energy and evolve. I don't even know how many years have passed. Now that I can finally transform into human form, I plan to experience the outside world, the fat woman, the Emperor of the Flames, said to Han Shuo. Oh, that's good. The world of humans is indeed very interesting. With your current appearance, most people would definitely not treat you as an anomaly. With your valiant strength, you can go anywhere on Profound Continent, Han Shuo replied, echoing the Emperor of the Flames' words. Suddenly Han Shuo was startled. It was only then that he recalled the terrifying strength of the Emperor of the Flames. Disregarding the fact that Fire Elite Zombie called her father and mother, the Emperor of the Flames with demigod strength would never become enemies with Han Shuo due to the existence of Fire Elite Zombie. If Han Shuo could use the Emperor of the Flames' strength to aid him, it would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful aid. Therefore, as soon as Han Shuo finished speaking, before the Emperor of the Flames could reply, Han Shuo hastily invited, I'm familiar with the human world. Since you don't have a goal, why don't you come to our Lancelot Empire and see what's the difference between the human world and the world of magical beasts? Sure, since I don't have a goal, I'll just walk around. It's the same wherever I go. To Han Shuo's surprise, the fat woman very straightforwardly agreed to Han Shuo's suggestion. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed Fire Elite Zombie and said to Han Shuo, let's go up first. All right, Han Shuo replied. He took a glance at the dark dragons who were similarly stupefied as they stared at the Emperor of the Flames below, and said, let's go to the top of the valley first, then we'll talk about other matters. Brian, that bastard Gilbert, is he already dead? Gilgs, the patriarch of the dark dragons, had his strength returned little by little after breaking free. Having reached the 4th level, he could completely adapt to the high temperature here without the slightest bit of discomfort. It was just that there was a perpetual pain hanging on his face. Upon hearing Gilbert mentioned, Han Shuo couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. However, compared to before, having found a way to deal with the situation, his sorrow wasn't as intense as before. Han Shuo forced a smile at Gilgs and consoled, don't worry. Although Gilbert is dead, his soul has been collected by me. Give me some time, and I will bring him back to life in front of you. After a short pause, Han Shuo's eyes glittered with cold lightning as he said in a deep voice, in addition, Gilbert's sacrifice will not be in vain. I will make the Shrine of Ice pay 10 times, 100 times the price. Really? You can bring Gilbert back to life? The patriarch of the Dark Dragons asked in a slightly trembling voice as he looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. Nodding his head, Han Shuo was about to give a complete guarantee. However, on second thought, whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, the resurrected Gilbert would never be the same as before. Thinking of this, Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh and say, I can guarantee that Gilbert can come back to life. It's just that his new body might have some changes. Gilgs naturally wasn't an ordinary person. He obviously understood the meaning behind Han Shuo's words. He couldn't help but sigh and say, as long as he can be resurrected, nothing else matters. Let's go. You've lived for thousands of years, yet you're as long-winded as a woman. While Han Shuo and Gilgs were still sighing with emotion, the fat woman, the Emperor of the Flames, couldn't help but urge them. She had never roamed the continent as a human before. Now that she had finally evolved to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, she couldn't wait any longer. Without saying anything else, Han Shuo nodded at Gilgs and flew out of the lava crevice. When he arrived at the valley where the place of extreme fire was located, Han Shuo gazed at the group of non-human creatures. For a moment he didn't know what to do. We must avenge Gilbert. From today onwards, the Shrine of Ice will be the irreconcilable enemy of our Dark Dragon clan. A boorish dark dragon with the appearance of a burly man immediately roared in grief and indignation when he saw Gilbert's corpse lying in a pool of blood upon arriving at the valley. After the thrilling battle in the valley just now, the lava from the place of extreme fire shot out in all directions, causing another volcanic eruption in the small valley. The magma, which contained the enormous fire origin energy of the place of extreme fire, submerged Gilbert's corpse. Gilbert's lifeless corpse was burned by the magma, and his skin and flesh were all melted away by the magma. All that was left was a huge skeleton, a magical beast core and 2 eyeballs. Looking at Gilbert's corpse, even though Han Shuo had a way to save Gilbert, he still couldn't restrain his anger. At once, he faced the sky and bellowed, "That's right, we must avenge him." By this time the patriarch of dark dragons, Gilgs, had flown to where Gilbert's corpse was. He carefully stored away Gilbert's magical beast core and 2 eyeballs. After letting out a furious howl, Han Shuo summoned Earth Elite Zombie. Under the effect of Earth Elite Zombie, Dark Dragon Gilbert's enormous skeleton was buried deep in the earth, ready to be used when Gilbert's body was reconstructed in the future. "I want to go to human society," the Emperor of the Flames said resolutely and decisively as he looked at Han Shuo. Just as Han Shuo was about to agree, his consciousness suddenly sensed the boundless hatred coming from Tarag Canyon. Han Shuo was startled. He immediately realized that the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race had discovered his whereabouts when he released his consciousness to deal with the Shrine of Ice. Alarmed, Han Shuo immediately concealed his consciousness. Suddenly, a thought leaped into Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo's eyes sparkled. After a short while, the corners of Han Shuo's mouth hooked into a sinister sneer. He had found a way to deal with the Shrine of Ice. Hey kid, didn't you say you would bring me to the human world?" The fat lady continued to urge Han Shuo without the slightest scruple. "Elizabeth," Han Shuo softly called out. "Master, what can I do for you?" Elizabeth's body had now returned to normal. After experiencing the unforgettable agony, Elizabeth's body was brimming with the divine energy of Ice Celestial Kori and the others. Without the support of Ice Celestial Kori and the others, the divine energy could be slowly absorbed by Elizabeth's body of divine favor. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. This time, not only did the fat lady evolve from the Lord of the Flames to the Emperor of the Flames, even Elizabeth had gained many benefits. Once she could completely absorb the divine energy in her body, Elizabeth's strength would naturally advance a step further. Bring her to Tor Lancelot Empire. If she gets bored, send her to Brettel City. Understood? Han Shuo looked at Elizabeth and instructed with narrowed eyes. Elizabeth clearly understood Han Shuo's intention. She respectfully nodded and replied, "Rest assured, master. I will let her enjoy herself to the fullest." All right, let's go," the fat lady said impatiently. She grabbed the Fire Elite Zombie and was about to leave. "Hold on." Han Shuo saw that the Emperor of the Flames would not let go of the Fire Elite Zombie and hastily shouted, "Can't he leave with you?" "Why? This is my child, why can't he leave with me?" The fat lady was somewhat displeased. She glared at Han Shuo and snorted. "He's also my child." Han Shuo blurted out again after being anxious. All the dark dragons, including Gilgs as well as Elizabeth, had odd expressions when they heard Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo also felt a chill run down his spine. He forced a smile and said, "It's better for him to follow me." From his tone, it sounded like a divorced couple fighting over the custody of their child. The Lord of the Flames was furious. Just as she was about to say something, the Fire Elite Zombie suddenly tugged at the corner of her clothes and communicated with her through telepathy. The Emperor of the Flames had a gloomy expression on her face. After a while she finally relaxed. She glared at Han Shuo and said, "Take good care of our child." She grabbed Elizabeth and flew straight out of the dark forest. Han Shuo was speechless. Chapter 477. After finishing those words, the Emperor of the Flames left, leaving behind Han Shuo speechlessly looking at Fire Elite Zombie. He was amazed at the conversation between Fire Elite Zombie and the Emperor of the Flames. Hence, he transmitted and asked, "What did you say to her?" "Nothing much. I just said that the Netherworld is my home, and that I still have many things to do there." Fire Elite Zombie calmly replied. He had never lied to Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the Emperor of the Flames had long known of Fire Elite Zombie's origins. It was only because both of them had absorbed an enormous amount of yuan energy of fire from the place of extreme fire that their auras were shockingly similar that she treated Fire Elite Zombie like a child. Only Fire Elite Zombie could communicate with the Emperor of the Flames and pacify her, lest she lose control of herself from her excitement. Alright, I'll send you back. Han Shuo thought for a moment, seeing that there was nothing for Fire Elite Zombie to do for the time being, and that he should be able to make faster progress in the netherworld. Han Shuo chanted an incantation and sent Fire Elite Zombie away. After chanting the incantation, Han Shuo formed a brief communication with the netherworld. At the place where Fire Elite Zombie landed, he sensed a message transmitted by Little Skull. From the message, Han Shuo understood that Little Skull was still fusing with the origin crystal of death. This process seemed to have been going on for a long time. The reason why Little Skull would suddenly warn Han Shuo was because Little Skull sensed Han Shuo's boundless sorrow. Therefore, he took the time to warn Han Shuo. Han Shuo sent a message to Little Skull, telling him to be at ease while fusing with the energy. Then he took a deep breath, looked at the crowd of dark dragons, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you plan to do in the future? After we recover our strength, we dark dragons will take revenge for our clansmen." Gilgs had a resolute look on his face. It seemed that he had made up his mind to vent his hatred towards Gilbert on the Shrine of Ice. However, although Ice Celestial Quarry and the others had suffered heavy losses, the Dark Dragons were still overestimating themselves if they wanted to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo intended to say a few words of persuasion. However, on second thought, he realized that doing so would be a blow to their morale. Hence, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided against it. However, the experienced Gilbert already understood what Han Shuo wanted to say from his hesitant expression. So he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. We'll be fine. Besides, we were captured because we weren't prepared. Our Black Dragon race has lived for so many years, we are not so easily bullied." Han Shuo looked at Gilgs. He felt that Gilgs seemed to have something else to rely on. This dark dragon who had lived for so many years ought to be able to see further than him. Therefore, Han Shuo nodded and said, "Then be careful. I hope that I can see Gilbert again." Gilgs gazed deeply at Han Shuo. His tone was somewhat sentimental and pleading. "There will be a chance. Don't worry." "Oh right. This time, those from the Shrine of Ice have suffered rather serious injuries. I believe they won't dare to come to your Black Dragon Canyon for the time being," Han Shuo said. "Thank you, Brian. Our race of dark dragons will be your friends forever." Gilg sincerely expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. Goodbye." Han Shuo did not continue exchanging pleasantries with Gilgs. With a faint smile, he left through the air with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Kasi Empire's northernmost snowy region. Snowy mountains rose and fell continuously, shrouded in a world of bone-chilling cold all year round. As far as the eye could see, it was forever monotonous snow-white. Han Shuo could be sure that there was no godly existence in the Shrine of Ice like the Saintess on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Otherwise, they would have all been frozen to death even before they reached the place of extreme fire when they fought using the Jade Frost cage a few days ago. From the fact that Snow Celestial Tiana had to flee to the Church of Light to hide from the six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race, it could be seen that there was no one in the Shrine of Ice who could match the six-horned tribal king. Otherwise, Tiana would have returned to the Shrine of Ice straight away instead of wholeheartedly seeking the Church of Light. Given the strength of the six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race, once he arrived at the Shrine of Ice, and Han Shuo suddenly concealed his consciousness, the six-horned tribal king would certainly search for Han Shuo's traces all over the mountains and plains. The Shrine of Ice was just as arrogant as the Church of Light. A great battle would break out almost immediately. When the six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race arrived at the Shrine of Ice, and there was no other godly existence of the same level in the Shrine of Ice, Han Shuo was already somewhat looking forward to how much damage the six-horned tribal king could inflict on the Shrine of Ice. After the six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race locked onto Han Shuo also sensed the ice-cold, merciless killing intent of the six-horned tribal king. However, what surprised Han Shuo was that the six-horned tribal king did not take any immediate action. He was somewhat stunned. Han Shuo had stayed in Icicle City for an entire morning, yet he did not sense the six-horned tribal king approaching. This meant that the six-horned tribal king was still in Tarag Canyon. This had obviously ruined Han Shuo's wishful thinking. Han Shuo cursed inwardly. His consciousness could still sense the boundless killing intent coming from the distant Tarag Canyon. However, the six-horned tribal king's inaction had rendered Han Shuo's plan impossible. Previously, when Han Shuo escaped from Tarag Canyon, the six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race, along with 4 of his generals, almost immediately killed their way to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They charged forward with a ferocious momentum, ready to kill anyone who stood in their way. Han Shuo did not expect that the six-horned tribal king would actually remain indifferent after sensing his presence so soon. This made Han Shuo rather baffled. Could it be that the Soul Race had changed? Han Shuo immediately denied this thought. Ever since the first time Han Shuo saw this race, he could tell from their ice-cold, merciless eyes that they were heartless by nature. In addition, the tremendous killing intent from the six-horned tribal king was still there. This indicated that he had not changed his mind about Han Shuo. There must be some other reason. Han Shuo's mind raced. Could it be that the six-horned tribal king was injured on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light? Han Shuo felt that this was more likely, unless the six-horned tribal king was injured in the battle with the Saintess and was now in a critical period of recuperation. Only then would he let him and the old monster Statholm off for the time being. When he thought of this, Han Shuo could not help but rejoice for Statholm. He thought that as long as Statholm could make use of this time gap to fuse with his soul, he would no longer have to worry about the threat of the six-horned tribal king. Since the six-horned tribal king could not come for the time being, Han Shuo had no choice but to make other plans. Seeing that the Great Snow Mountain was within reach, Han Shuo decided to go to the headquarters of the Shrine of Ice to investigate. Chapter 478. This was a world of ice and snow. This was the coldest place on Profound Continent. Frigid winds howled along the way. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of snow covered every corner. Ancient trees, rocks, and rivers were all covered in ice and snow. It was as though there was no second color between heaven and earth. In this bone-chilling region, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense traces of magical beasts. Ice bears, snow wolves, and frost eagles, these magical beasts that preferred cold environments, roamed the uninhabited world of ice and snow, adding some vitality to this world. Along the way, Han Shuo's target was one of the many icy peaks. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, his heart as cold as ice. The 2 most frightening figures of the Shrine of Ice were Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana. They were the true pillars of the Shrine of Ice. Of the 2, Snow Celestial Tiana had schemed against Han Shuo on the sacred mountain, nearly causing Han Shuo to be captured alive by the Church of Light. As for Ice Celestial Kori, not only had he wiped out the entire race of dark dragons, he was also the cause of Gilbert's death. On top of that, the Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light were solid allies. Han Shuo couldn't find any reason not to retaliate against them. When he was about to approach the central icy peak, Han Shuo slowed down his flying speed. He fully unfolded his consciousness, concealing the aura on his body. While carefully observing every movement on the main peak, he searched for a way to enter the main peak undetected. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Shuo's consciousness immediately sensed the boundary of frost all around the icy peak. The boundary enveloped the entire main peak. Fierce, frigid winds and solid ice wrapped around the central peak. Amidst the frigid winds and solid ice, Han Shuo sensed the presence of the divine energy of the ice goddess. This discovery made Han Shuo even more cautious. The speed at which he approached the main peak of the Shrine of Ice slowed down even more. His mind was rapidly pondering countermeasures. One after another, disciples of the Shrine of Ice entered and exited the icy peak. However, the boundary that enveloped the main peak all year round never gave any warning, nor did it make any counterattack. Han Shuo carefully observed for a moment and discovered that some of these disciples who had entered the main peak of the Shrine of Ice actually did not possess the divine power of the ice goddess. However, without exception, their bodies were ice cold, much lower than the average person's body temperature. After observing for a while, Han Shuo came to a conclusion. Hovering in the sky at an altitude difficult to see with the naked eye, Han Shuo slowly adjusted his body's temperature. He even converted an appropriate amount of cold energy into the mystical glacial spellfire. In an extremely short period of time, Han Shuo's body temperature had reached the same level as the disciples of the Shrine of Ice below. On the profound continent, there were existences stronger than Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo believed that no one could surpass him in terms of physical control. This was the confidence that came from the demonic arts towards the abnormal forging of the body. After adjusting his body's temperature, Han Shuo observed for a while to ensure that he would not trigger any abnormalities in the boundary around the icy peak. Only then did he start searching for an opportunity to enter the main peak. After observing for a while, Han Shuo discovered a precipitous cliff that jutted out halfway up the icy peak. There was not a single disciple of the Shrine of Ice stationed in that area. Having ascertained his target, Han Shuo seized the opportunity and noiselessly descended to that cliff from the sky. Han Shuo, whose consciousness had firmly locked onto the entire icy peak, had long discovered Ice Celestial Quarry's location, while deliberately concealing the aura and energy on his body, inside an ice cone-shaped building at the summit of the icy peak. At this moment, Ice Celestial Quarry should be recuperating from his injuries. Han Shuo could sense that Quarry's aura was stable, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. There was not a single person stationed around that ice cone-shaped building. As long as Han Shuo could approach that building stealthily, Han Shuo was confident that his sneak attack would succeed. However, to reach that building from the cliff where Han Shuo was, without being detected by anyone along the way was virtually impossible. This was because on the entire icy peak, apart from the steep mountain path, there were no trees or rocks that could provide cover. In this boundless world covered in ice and snow, any movement could be captured by others. Moreover, within a magical tower at the summit of the icy peak, Han Shuo even discovered magical undulations similar to the eye of the sky. The magic released by that magical tower seemed to be able to see every movement on the entire icy peak. After pondering for a moment with his brows creased, Han Shuo suddenly thought of Metal Elite Zombie. After quickly spinning his brain, he immediately felt that this method was feasible. Although this icy peak was covered in solid ice, its interior was still supported by solid rock. The thick layer of ice surrounding the icy peak was formed naturally on one hand, and was intentionally created by the Shrine of Ice on the other. As long as he could break through the solid ice and reach the rock, using Metal Elite Zombie's ability, Han Shuo could completely penetrate through the rock and reach the bottom of the building where Ice Celestial Quarry was located. This method is feasible. Han Shuo immediately spread open his hands. His fingernails suddenly grew into the shape of demonic blades. The demonic blades, glinting with cold light, were incomparably sharp. Under the infusion of demonic arts, Han Shuo broke through the 3-meter layer of ice bit by bit, and saw the foundation that supported the icy peak, the rock. As soon as Han Shuo gave the command, Metal Elite Zombie tacitly understood. His palms glowed with golden light as the yuan energy of metal flowed into the rock like flowing water. Then, under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the solid rock split open to reveal a path. The 5 elite zombies, regardless of their individual strengths, were indeed of great help to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the creation of the tunnel. Following Ice Celestial Quarry's position, Han Shuo, with Metal Elite Zombie's assistance, slowly made his way from the center of the mountainside to the summit of the icy peak where Ice Celestial Quarry was located. Metal Elite Zombie could freely enter and exit the rock, but with the addition of Han Shuo, he had no choice but to open up a path. Under the release of dazzling golden light from his hands, the solid rock split, recombined and compacted, forming a path that extended upwards in a way that Han Shuo could not comprehend. As the tunnel was illuminated by the dazzling golden light from Metal Elite Zombie's hands, Han Shuo did not feel the slightest bit of darkness. While following behind Metal Elite Zombie, he inwardly pondered the details of his sneak attack on Ice Celestial Quarry. Suddenly, Metal Elite Zombie abruptly stopped. Caught off guard, Han Shua nearly crashed into Metal Elite Zombie. They had only traveled 100 meters and were still a long distance away from the summit of the icy peak where Ice Celestial Quarry was. Why did Metal Elite Zombie suddenly stop? Han Shua was puzzled. He couldn't help but look at Metal Elite Zombie's back and transmitted. Why did he stop? Father, look. Metal Elite Zombie leaned his body to one side. The surrounding rock shrank a little more, allowing Han Shua and Metal Elite Zombie to stand side by side. Han Shua took a step forward and stood at the spot Metal Elite Zombie had intentionally vacated. Following the direction Metal Elite Zombie's right hand was pointing at, Han Shua was immediately dumbstruck by what he saw. Before Han Shua, the belly of the mountain had been hollowed out. A majestic statue of the ice goddess, approximately 60 meters tall, was sitting in the hollowed-out belly of the mountain. This enormous and majestic statue of the ice goddess was formed from solid ice that was as bright as crystal. The sculpture was vivid and lifelike. She wore a frosty expression on her face. Her left hand tightly grasped a crystal staff that was similarly sculpted from solid ice. She looked as though she was in battle with some evil demon. Her expression was solemn and dignified, carrying an air of inviolable holiness. The statue of the ice goddess wore a peculiar white robe. However, as the entire statue was constructed from the same transparent solid ice, Han Shua was able to clearly see the inside of her body. There were no internal organs within the body of the ice goddess. There was only a peculiar substance that was a mixture of ice and water circulating within. It sparkled with a dazzling brilliance like a diamond and slowly flowed within her body according to some mysterious trajectory. However, in the womb of the ice goddess stood a beautiful naked young lady with skin of ice and bones of jade. This young lady's eyes were peacefully closed. There was not the slightest trace of life coming from her. However, her beauty was comparable to that of the saintess of the Church of Light. It was a kind of perfection that shouldn't exist in the secular world. Han Shua was standing at the foot of the ice goddess statue. When he raised his head to look at this majestic statue, a feeling of insignificance immediately welled up from the bottom of his heart. He was momentarily stunned by this ice goddess statue that suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. What was certain was that the ice goddess statue was indeed carved from an enormous block of solid ice. For the Shrine of Ice to have such an enormous ice goddess statue in the middle of the mountain, there must be a reason for its existence. After Han Shua came to his senses, he was horrified and his eyes sparkled. That naked young lady in the womb of the ice goddess statue was ice cold and lifeless. Han Shua's consciousness couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of her soul. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why there would be such a bizarre scene in the middle of the mountain. Just as Han Shua was racking his brains, a creaking sound suddenly came from the rock wall above the ice goddess statue. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, a large cliff slowly protruded from the rock wall. On top of it stood a few Shrine of Ice disciples. When the first creaking sound was heard, Han Shua unconsciously took a step back and rapidly issued an order to Metal Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie swiped his hand across the rock wall, and the crack in front of him rapidly shrank. When the rock wall above the ice goddess statue completely protruded, the crack in front of Han Shua and Metal Elite Zombie had shrunk to the point where only a small gap remained. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.